Yo, what's up? Hello?
Hello, I hear you.
Yeah, cool.
It's not
What's
working.
going on?
Nothing. Just sitting here, hanging out.
Sweet.
Got the
Me too. I'm in a hotel room in Washington.
Yeah, I saw you were out in Washington. I didn't see any pictures from the drive out, so I was a little confused. It seemed like you were driving. Did you fly and get a rental car?
Yeah.
Right.
So, I flew into Seattle and then drove 3.5 hours in a rental car.
That's kind of cool, though, in the area. Probably got to see some cool scenery, mountains.
Yeah, I could have flown like more direct because there's an airport right in town here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I did last time I came here, but flight-wise, it was going to cost hundreds of dollars more, which granted I don't pay for, but still I'm considerate.
Yeah.
And I was gonna have to leave my house, I think 3.5 hours soon.
Oh, so when it came out in the wash.
It would have been like leaving at 3 a.m. so that I would have been able to get on a 6 a.m. flight.
Yeah.
And then with the way the layovers worked out, I would have been getting here at the same time that I got here when I flew out at.
Well, in 3.5 hours is nothing for like you or us. We're used to driving. Like the closest friend's an hour away. Like when you come home, it's like 5 hours.
Yeah. Definitely. Like, because I don't have a setup right now, so this is the 26th episode of the GrindWorks podcast. So, welcome everyone. On the Anchor app with Sam Schrage.
Hey, well, thank you for finally having me on. Not that you haven't asked me to be on before.
Yeah, well, our schedules don't always line up, and whenever I'm home, and by that I mean in the Binghamton area, it just seems like you and I can never link up with enough time to do anything.
Right. Well, I'm kind of stoked it's working out this way. And we're both on the road so far because it's a really good test to see if this is like a viable way to do the podcast in the future. Because if it is, that kind of opens a lot of doors.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was kind of cool option. Tried this before, just from Pittsburgh to Binghamton, or not really Binghamton for you, Elmira, Horseheads. But I don't know, what did we record?
I lost the last half of that question, but I don't remember what we recorded, and I never actually heard like how it went. You know what I mean? Like I was there for the recording, but he never told me how it went.
Yeah, I mean, we did like 15 minutes or so, I think, but I don't know, it sounded like a phone call, which is what I expect this to sound like.
Right. Which is kind of okay. Yeah. Since it is a phone call, it kind of puts the whole thing in like a frame of reference or whatever.
Yeah. Exactly, because it is what it is, you know?
Right.
And it's just, I'm looking at how many options can we get for recording whenever I need to, because I don't have the studio set up yet. I have to build a desk yet, which my porch situation, which we could talk about if we even want to, that got out of hand. And some of it was because I just didn't want to do it the way I should have done it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're on a time crunch. The weather's not exactly cooperating at this point. It's already cooling off and getting wet. It was a complete rip out and redo, and it looked like an upgrade. I mean, it doesn't even look like you did exactly what was there. Maybe I didn't see all the pictures or something, but
no, I didn't take a ton of good before and after pictures, because the gist of it was when we walked the house, like touring and buying it, I didn't notice anything really that bad. Like, it was walk on it. It felt pretty good. We went on a cleaning day. I was like, man, this porch is really spongy in certain spots. Like, you couldn't really put any pressure on it. You would have broken right through it.
Mm-hmm.
And when things are failing, it's usually like, it feels okay. All of a sudden, it's
Yeah.
that final threshold on some of it. But I know that they had power washed the porch. So I think they pretty much ruined it. Anyway, I planned on doing the boards and the stairs. But when I went to pull the railing was mounted on top of the deck, not to the side.
No.
I'm like, yeah, that's pretty sketch, but whatever. Well, I went to pull it off, and it just came off. I didn't even have to unscrew it.
Yeah, just pushed it off.
So then I was like, all right, cool. I got to do the deck boards, the stairs, and the railing. So I did the deck boards. I put the railing up temporarily again. Did the stairs over. While I was doing the stairs, the stringers were kind of crappy, so I had to scab them in a bunch of spots. And while scabbing them, I kept saying, man, I should just make new stringers. But I didn't want to. So I cut all my boards, put the stairs back on, and came back to it like a week later. I forget why I had to take a break. Anyway, when I pulled the railing off the porch, it came right off. When I pulled it off the stairs, it broke the stringer in half. So I pretty much had to make new stringers.
Nah, dude. Just do a dumbwaiter system. Say, fuck it.
Well, so, yeah, I ended up not reusing even the stair treads that I had cut because I wasn't super stoked on them when I did them originally.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was like, really, all right, now I'm putting new stairs on altogether anyway, so they technically wouldn't have met code. And I'm like, if I'm going to upgrade this and do it right at this point, now is a good time to just make them full width.
Right.
So made them all the right width. Then pretty much doubled down on the stringer thickness. I have 3-inch stringers on my porch.
Well, what I would have done is got your stringers made, had the your stairs or whatever cut and laid on there, and then had another plate that was just not cut into stringers.
That's
so they would actually.
I bolted it on.
Okay, yeah, so that hides the end of your stairs.
It
just looks real fucking clean. Doubles up how thick it is. Like it'll just last for fucking ever.
Yes, yeah, that's why they're 3 inches thick.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like the whole project turned into a bunch of time and money that I didn't plan on spending right away.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Well, it's more like that's the thing about owning a house, dude. It's not like renting where you're so used to for years now throwing away money. It's an investment. Like you just put a bunch of money into the house, which if you resold it tomorrow, you'd get right back out of the house.
Yeah. Well, the upside that I was looking at is I don't want to dick with this again. So it's really only a positive to do it all right now.
Right.
But yeah, I put a bench on it too, so it's like looking pretty good and it's pretty cool, but yeah. It's really pulled my from setting up the studio, riding my bike, even hanging out with Rachel and Ryder. So,
right.
Like I've been getting home from work and then working on that every night, but like with a limited window because how late can I run a saw and do loud outdoor work while Ryder's trying to go to bed at 7:30.
Right.
Like I by the time I get home, it's 5:15, 5:30. Pull all my tools and stuff out at 6 o'clock. I had an hour and a half.
Right. Yeah, so that's chipping away at it.
So, big deal, but it kind of turned into one.
Yeah, it's
What
like
are you gonna do?
it's one of the downsides of living so far from home, I guess, dude. You might have to just move back. If you'd been here, we all could have been there to help. To come together in like a weekend.
No, we would have been like building Ryder his 6-foot spine mini that he needs.
Yeah, exactly. But it all got done at the same time. We had Derek over there banging it out. He loves building ramps.
I don't know how much Derek likes building 6-foot spine minis.
Well, I mean, he knows how.
That is true.
And isn't that what he built for that one dude? Oh, like kind of local?
No, it was like a 3 or something.
Oh, really?
3.5 maybe.
For a bike?
No, he built Ben Stone like a little 3.5-foot mini or something at his house.
No, that's not what I'm thinking.
As they got it done, the neighbors turned him in for it and had to be torn right back out.
That sucks.
So now it's in Andy's barn garage thing.
Huh.
But yeah, it's kind of funny. But that's, if I do actually do anything, it's going to be very permitted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not, especially with the scale that I would want to do. Like, I'm joking about a 6-foot spine mini, but at the same time, like, give Ryder a cool ramp and also have something that I can go out and ride when I'm home.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you had limited space, there's only really so many options. You can't put like a street plaza and a 10 by like 16 area, but like a mini ramp, you could,
I've got room for a 6-foot spine mini.
Right.
It's wide and deep enough, but then I wouldn't have a yard.
Well, that's a fucking win-win, dude.
I don't need
Less
a yard
mowing.
if I have a 6-foot spine mini.
Right, and then you just do like a stone garden around it, so there's no more mowing or weed whacking the rest of the time you own that place.
But
I will come help, just because I feel that strongly against mowing the yard. I hate it so much. I always wait for a window of like a week of pure sunshine and heat, and on the first day, pull it down to the lowest notch and just chop it all the way down to the root so it burns, and it takes like a month for it to grow. It also have to mow it again. I don't get why people care like to have the crisscross pattern, perfect green, weedless lawn. Meanwhile, dandelions are super like healthy for you anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't mowed the lawn enough times to have a strong opinion about it.
I hate it, dude. It's the worst. Actually, it's not the worst. The worst, raking. Who rakes the leaves? Mulch them. It's free fertilizer. Christ's sake. Let's fill a landfill with plastic bags filled with leaves that are free fertilizer for our lawn. That's just pure asinine, in my opinion. Let it be known, when I run for public office, I'm going to make raking illegal.
You're gonna have to remind me towards the end of this, or now. But what was your ranting blog? Was it What Grinds My Gears?
Yeah, which isn't even original. It was ripped off from an episode of Family Guy.
Yeah.
And
I'm thinking that since you're already complaining about the leaf raking,
oh yeah, it would be a new post.
That I think that's a good title for this episode, maybe.
Dude, I might have to get back on there and make some new content. It's been like 8 to 10 years since I posted anything on there. It's been a while since I worked at Seaboard up in Ithaca.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's funny. I every once in a while I actually get a notification saying you have a new view. I'm like, really? It's like, well, I hope they get a kick out of some of it, because it really is like, if anyone goes and looks on that, it's not a joke. Like, those are my actual angry thoughts. That it's more of a journal that I felt like was obnoxious, and I don't even know. It was just crazy enough that someone else might find it entertaining to listen to my rants. But
Well, like I told you, when you first downloaded this app and set up an account for podcasting in general, you haven't done anything with it, to my knowledge, but you should pretty much just continue that.
oh, well,
Whoa, I got like robot voice there. This might be broken.
we having technical difficulties?
I don't know. Sounds good now. Who cares?
All right. It would be a lot easier to, ramble into a mic instead of trying to type it out. But when you're typing it out, you can be kind of a little bit more thoughtful and like think what you're going to say before you type it or delete it real quick. So I could edit out stuff if I just went off on a tangent too far, I guess.
I don't know. I really like how just loose you get with it sometimes. Because even like playing Xbox, you'll have 5 to 10 minutes of just nonstop bitter ranting, and then you're like, "All right, I feel a lot better now."
It's better that it comes out that way. Like, I used to be a really angry kid. I mean, obviously I still have some like rage issues, but like violent angry. I changed schools a lot when I was a kid. So I don't know if you ever had to switch schools, but I don't think you did from my knowledge. I'm pretty sure you grew up in the same house, right? Like forever.
Yeah.
Well, I switched schools every 3 years. So it was like 3 elementary schools, middle school, high school, or whatever. But in each time, it was in a different like district or whatever, so I didn't really know anybody. And when you're the new kid, for whatever reason, you get like tested. That's just how it works. From people, friendly people trying to take you under the wing to see if you're gonna like be one of the weirdos, or if some big dude decides he's gonna like try and make fun of you or your family or clothes or whatever, and see how you handle it. And pretty much how I always handled it was punching someone in the face and getting sent to the principal's office or getting kicked off the bus or whatever. And eventually, I think I started smoking weed and realized that I really just didn't care what anyone else thought. I was kind of over the whole thing, which went way too far. Like, that can go way too far. Like, it's one thing to really not care, but I think everyone just says they don't care, And to a point, at first, you wear it like armor, like you don't care, but like everyone cares. Like, we're human beings. Like, everyone needs to like, feel like they're a part of something. Even if it's to be as not a part of anything as you possibly can, you have a bunch of other friends that are doing that too.
Yeah, you're a part of not being a part.
Right. So, like, eventually.
So then your whole identity self-destructs when you realize that.
Right, and that's what the end of high school is for everyone. No matter if you're the popular kid who thinks the world is like owed to them, or the goth kid on the smoker's corner, like after high school, everyone's identity kind of self-implodes, I think, for the most part, except for the people who actually had a good head on their shoulders and wanted to go someplace.
Well, I'm going to say, and tie it into even what we're doing, I'm going to say that people that were like actively skateboarding, BMX riding, anything like kind of the independent outlying sports or activities, whatever you want to classify.
Oh no, yeah, we have Peter Pan syndrome.
Well, not even necessarily. We just had something to identify with that didn't end.
Right. Well, then more now, like it did when we got into it, though. Like, there was an end. There was a light. Well, a door at the end of the tunnel or whatever. But now it seems to have disappeared as we've grown. Like, the dudes who are still killing it are a couple years older than us. And there's dudes 20 years older than us still breaking records and doing 900s.
We're still looking up to Ryan Nyquist.
Yeah. Well, duh.
Yeah, but he was a top Crow when we started riding bikes.
Right.
And I've been riding for 21 years. And that's not like I just rode around the town and could ride a bike. That was like when I started going down to the trails.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I feel like that's a really generic podcast like conversation that so many of them I eventually hear is like, I don't really want to have this conversation about how you started riding because everyone's just the same fucking story. Like, unless someone has a really crazy story that's specific, that's actually enough different to specifically bring up. Like, everyone has the same story. We all rode bikes. We jumped over as many kids in the parking lot or something, or whatever, did wheelies, jumped off curbs, and eventually you got exposed to it, like the real deal, somehow.
Yeah. I mean, mine is the only difference is that my grandma lived on the adjacent property to the trail.
Right.
But like yours is probably the conventional. You rode around on your bike with your friends and you all jumped off curbs and.
Well, yeah, and really, it's a miracle, dude, that we even had a scene. Like, if I had to actually pick a time that I was first exposed to it, though, it would have been MTV's Sports and Music Festival. It was like the precursor to the X Games.
Mm-hmm.
And I was super into music, so I was just watching MTV, like, music videos all the time. And I came across this, and it was pretty cool. And I remember to this day watching Mike Escamilla. Like, the course was awesome, too. It was like burned out cars with ramps on it, and they had like an 18-wheeler, it was like a wall ride, like giant sub box or whatever, and he blasted out of a quarter, manuals the whole like 18-wheeler, and then instead of like dropping back in, there was like a ramp to come out of the course from like out into the crowd or whatever. He just goes like down the ramp and just manuals like parts of the crowd like the Red Sea and like leaves the competition. I'm like, I could just remember it was so cool. And I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. And I didn't get into it right away, but that was the first time I was really exposed to real BMX. And then I moved to this neighborhood where a bunch of kids, there was like, I don't know, 8 to 10 kids anyway, at least, maybe a dozen, who had legit mid-school, just gold bikes, War Pigs and General Lees and Holmes, some good stuff. And they were all really into riding, so I started hanging out with those guys, and I had this hoopty 20-inch mountain bike, and they all kind of took pity on me and eventually just gave me these. I mean, nothing had stickers on. It was probably all Diamondback or less grade stuff, and I had to put all the ball bearings back into the hubs before they would roll piece by piece. So I learned how to put a bike together for my first bike, which was nice to know because it was a pile and I had to fix it all the time. But eventually, as they got better stuff, I'd get better hand-me-downs, and then my mom figured I was into it, and I got a part-time job working on this farm and saved up money and bought my own stuff. And but they got into it because there was like 3 dudes who built trails behind the UPS, which we called the ups, which, again, not super inventive, but I thought was really clever. I still do. Like, I still hope there's jumps back there that we can call the ups just because that's such a perfect name. And so I don't know how they got into it, but they started the scene and they were good, really good. And they got like all of my friends into it, and they all quit like right before I got into the scene. So I like never saw them ride in person. Just heard all these like, hometown legend stories of things they did. And and we got the hand-me-down trails, which we really expanded on. Those things got running really good, and they weren't like posh caddy woods or anything, but we had a lot of 7 to 9 foot jumps with 10 to 20 foot gaps, and a lot of stuff way smaller, but 4 to 5 foot with 8, 9 foot gaps and stuff. But they were really tight, so you weren't going to be able to roast them anyway, the way we built them. It was more just about having fun and hitting a bunch of jumps in a row. They were trying to just cram stuff into the space. I don't know. Right. So that was, I guess I basically said we shouldn't do my origin story, and yet I just went through the entire fucking thing. I
know. Well, all I have to do is say something, and then you'll just go off
on it. So. And then I was bit by a radioactive groundhog, and that's why I only do slow foot high feebles.
The slowest.
I can do them the slowest. I don't often try to do them the slowest. I was actually looking back there was that one feeble clip from when we had, it was one of the like events up in Ithaca, and I was like trying to have a feeble contest with Mark, whose last name I can never pronounce, whatever. Acid Giraffe, you know who I'm talking about, right? Tall Mark with the flagpole seat.
I feel like I should know
Miss
who you're
Miss
talking
Wyson. I cannot say it, dude. I'm not going to keep trying to either because I'm butchering it. It's embarrassing.
Oh, yeah.
Him and Roz
It's like
and Shane Leeper.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it. But him, Roz, and Shane Leeper and I were all trying to have this. You could get all around that low L ledge at the park downtown Ithaca, which I won. And I came across that clip. It was like a memory or something, part of like an edit or whatever. And like I was flying at that thing. I was like, why the fuck can I ride like that on stuff that's not like 2 inches off the ground? But I did win, and I did like all the way around it and off the end, which I'm pretty sure no one else I know has done yet. So fuck you guys. Just kidding. Don't go try it.
Yeah, I think I've done it.
I'm sure you have, and you probably like 180 tooth off the end of it too.
But no, it was NBD, and you did it first. Unlike that feeble at Jenga that you didn't pull.
I don't get to win very many games of bicycle competition.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
I know. I can't even fucking compete on bike because the second you get in there, it's like, see, this is what the game looks like if you can play it. It's like the hardest game to play ever. Like I can do tricks that are like real, like life tricks that are kind of tech and cool, and pull them off in the video game. Meanwhile, Navy's jumping across the whole map, doing this crazy variation, coming up with lines that shouldn't even be lines. It's like, okay. It's like undisputed champion of pipe BMX. I will call out anyone. I'll put up money on my boy AV. If someone listening to this podcast thinks they can take him out in a game of bike, we'll stream that shit live, and I'll pay the winner a yet to be determined sum of money.
Shins are beat. He and I have both beat each other different times.
Really? He's that good? I've seen times. Like through clips or whatever.
I commented on something because he got a clip posted somewhere, and it was a line that I do.
Oh, that's cool.
But he commented on it because I think the post was something about that no one could beat this dude, and he's like, actually, Andrew Vargason beat me, and I commented back on the clip with, I'm pretty sure it was with this trick.
So he went back and learned how to do it.
Well, yeah, I mean, he got it a couple tries after while we were playing.
The video game's so fun.
Because I have the overlays set up for scorekeeping to play bike like that, where if we just co-stream, it puts the overlay on with the letter scores.
That's cool.
So it just makes it kind of easy and fun to do, but
yeah, I would love to do that, but I already know I'm getting smoked the first 4 sets. You'd have to do your dumbest stuff that you've never landed before just so I'd have a chance.
Play that because I don't think it's really fun to just do the things you know you can do every time.
Well, I mean, I can't do any of those things on that game every time because it's kind of the control scheme's really awesome. Like it's fairly intuitive, but it's so complicated to get the amount of variations you need to actually do anything realistic that it's not easy to do. And I don't put any time into it. Like, I'm sure I could get pretty good at the game. But I haven't put any time into it. So
it just starts to click at some point. Like you'll start playing it, and you're like, "This is the hardest game I've ever played in my entire life."
Yeah, the first time I ever picked it up, I couldn't even grind. Like, I'd bunny hop and just fall. I was like, what is happening?
And all of a sudden, like 45 minutes to an hour later, everything just works. Like once you break that barrier of what the game mechanics are, you're like, "Oh, I can just do this." And, when it gets to the technical stuff or the bigger stuff, yes, it's not quite that easy. And, I mean, sometimes I just get lucky because those game clips that I'll post on Instagram or something, those are not, those are like, in some events, days of trying that.
Right.
But it looks good when I finally get it.
So, what topics are off limits? Because my brain just went to a bunch of GrindWorks stuff. Can you hear me?
I don't have like great service right here.
All right.
But
I got
what topics are off?
Well, I had a bunch of GrindWorks thoughts on the brain just of possible future stuff. So I don't know if we should discuss any of it since it's not even a definite, or that's off.
Going on.
Are you losing me again?
All right. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
You have a bunch of. So let me see if I can shift this to Wi-Fi without ruining our recording. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. And worst case, you'll just have to edit your first podcast.
Nope. I will just put them together and everyone.
And we're back.
All right. Let's get on my hotel Wi-Fi. See if it crashes our. Might have you there.
Yeah, I'm here.
It took my little red banner up top that said we were good away, so I thought we lost it.
It's weird. If I move my phone, it blinks in and out like I lose you, but I think it keeps going from speaker to like.
Yeah, so like this might actually be fine when it comes right down to listening to it.
Yeah, I know. I guess we'll find out.
And everyone's gonna think, "What the heck's?"
Well, worst case, if it's not perfected, we'll just try again.
Yeah, it's definitely not on.
No, yeah. See, mine's if I hold it upright to my ear, it goes to my ear. If I lay the phone out flat at all, it'll go to speaker. But I'm not sure what actually is going to sound better. I assume probably just a phone call sounds better than speakerphone.
Well, I don't know what the heck's going on because this is ridiculous.
Oh, you sound fine. Well, we're waiting to get back on some sort of topic. I've been listening to a bunch of podcasts, and I think you should adopt some more of the hokey shit. Not necessarily like the same boring ass questions, but like random questions that you ask like every.
I can't hear you right now, so give me 2 seconds. We're just gonna restart this and then pick it up right where we're at.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Totally back.
So before we get on a topic, maybe this will be a new topic, and we'll skip the last topic because I'm not sure what's off limits anyway.
Nothing.
I've been listening to a bunch of podcasts lately, as you know, and there's certain things that happen on all of them that, like you've discussed on almost everyone, is feeling a bit hokey, but I agree with Brand at this point. I feel like you just accept that it's part of, if you want, you know what I mean, like to gain a following, then you got to go through you got to jump through a few hoops. But there's a few other things that I think certain people do that are funny. Like asking guests questions or whatever. Not like as an interview type thing, but like, near the end or something, like wrap up questions like, who's your favorite rider, or who is not specifically that, but stuff like that, just to hear, but funnier questions, just to hear people's feelings.
Kyle Carlson's podcast.
No, I've just been listening. Who the hell was I listening to? I've been listening to Feeble Talk, actually. They only have like 12 episodes or 14 episodes or something. But at the end, they have like a couple questions too. And there's it's kind of a reoccurring theme in a bunch of them. But I feel like some sort of reoccurring theme is interesting. Like, it doesn't have to be that, but something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Where it gives people, like, every person that comes on will have a new answer that might be funny or interesting or whatever. You know what I mean?
It's something like the one question that people are looking forward to hearing the answer to.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
right.
So the other thing that I want to do, and I think it's going to work out pretty well, I just have to get everything set up. My new computer is pretty sweet. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to record in high quality and live stream it to mix.
Yeah, I would think so.
So, just a funny statement with regard to the computer and its speed and power. I have this game on Steam called Golf with Your Friends. It's a mini golf game. It's pretty fun. But I had it on the old computer, and no matter what quality setting I had it on, it said it was playing at 10 frames per second. Now, if it does not change from high to medium to low, then most likely that's just the lowest it records and says. It was probably playing at far less than 10 frames per second. So when I got the new computer and I put that on it and I started it up, it says it's at 210 frames per second on high quality.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you listened to or watched the Josh podcast, Jash, but I recorded his at a higher quality than I normally do, and it totally ruined the whole recording.
Yeah. I've listened to all of them. I've listened to every single one, so I have a bunch of thoughts and feedback, which I've shared some of it with you, and some of it's stuff that's like, okay, well, that's not it's not all an easy fix. And like, if you haven't done this before, you don't know that it's not an easy fix. Like, your space could be echoey. So what do? Do you try and enclose the mic? Okay, that's still going to be $50 to $80 probably of like gear just to try and enclose the mic a little bit. Do you try and like soundproof the walls? That's way more money.
Yeah.
Your quality, you just spent a bunch of money on a PC, but to do anything upgraded, that was the immediate first, like, it's kind of triage. Like, okay, I can't upgrade anything without upgrading the PC first because it can't handle what I'm doing now.
Right. And, I don't know if it was 100% the PC itself. Granted, it's old and it was a stock PC from the store, It wasn't meant to do great things, but it did its job for the short term. Anyway, I feel like it was probably the processing of so many inputs, because it had the microphone, it had 2 webcams, it had the theoretically, even though it's muted and not being used, it's still taking in the audio from those two webcam microphones as well. It's just not doing anything with it.
Right.
Then to put that all in with like an overlay and run that and then record what it's displaying while it processing those inputs, like that's a lot going on for a computer that's not that good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's what's crazy is I've never really been a computer guy, but I've had a bunch of friends who are. I had like one friend who went to nationals for binary and got second. Like you could literally make video games in an afternoon with ones and zeros where you like were a flying ice cream cone who pooped on stuff for points. He was like a fucking genius. So I learned like a lot, especially working on them. Like that was a big surprise. I thought they were all these delicate instruments and you had to really know what you're doing. It's like as long as you're grounded, you can kind of just pull stuff in and out of it.
Yeah.
So like it's I've learned quite a bit. But what sucks is when I got into streaming at all, and it's really high end stuff almost right off the rip. Like you need really good equipment. Like to stream off the gaming, like I've been streaming through Mixer, just playing PUBG mostly, as you know, and I do it all through cloud apps. And I have a laptop that I bought from someone off Craigslist that just had the bare minimum processor that I needed so that I could like run, and run my overlays and monitor it as I was live, because you can run it, but you can't fix anything or put anything on it if you don't at least have a laptop to download and install stuff.
Yeah.
So like I had it going pretty good, and I mean for what it is and how much money I'm spending, like it's $8 a month or whatever for Mixer Pro to have Lightstream and to be able to stream and have all the cloud apps are free, just account based stuff. So it's not like a ton of money. Like I can do that for quite a few months. If I did that for 2 years, I have less than I have like $200 into streaming. But to get a PC that would be almost partially out of date in those 2 years, I'd already be spending $2,000, and then I'd have to be spending more money those 2 years later to get something to keep it up to date if I was trying to do everything all high end and top notch. So I figured I'd mess around with it this way and just be a little bit more frugal about it. And it's had some setbacks because that guy just dove way too deep into all the technical stuff. So when you run into those roadblocks, it's frustrating. But really, like, the content's what matters. I mean, if you see clips online, most of the time it's a bare window in the game. You don't even see it. If they had overlays on, you don't even see them in the clips that get posted because they don't record from your Xbox or your PlayStation or whatever. That's
Right.
only through the app. So a lot of content goes out there with absolutely none of that extra work into it, and no one cares.
Right. And I mean, sometimes it's cool to see like when there's a good reaction, but then that's harder to get because you have to go over on the Mixer and you have to download your stream, and it's probably 3 or 4 hours of content that you're downloading just to go in and go, I'm pretty sure this happened at 2 hours and 45 minutes into my stream, and you got to go fish that clip out and cut the whole thing down for 10 seconds.
Yeah, I've had a couple 13-plus-hour streams, and because I'm so bad about going through my clips with a DVR, it captures every highlight basically. So because I don't go through enough and clean them out like daily or weekly, they've built up to the point where now it doesn't even capture all of them. So when I have really good stuff, it's just gone. Unless I want to try and go back through the VOD and download it and find it that way. Because I have a DVR set up where it'll just capture the highlight reel for me. But I still have to manage it and like
You
download
have
stuff.
to be diligent about it. Like
Right.
if you're really diligent about it, there was a little period of time when I was streaming a lot before I moved that every single night when I was done, I would upload those clips from that night onto my OneDrive and then download them onto the computer and delete them off the Xbox. And it was just my, last half hour of the night. I just did that quick. But it's really easy to fall out of that habit and not do it anymore.
Yep. Yeah, I was more like, okay, well, if I get on, and I don't really like to play alone, because it's, I don't know, video games has kind of become my riding lately. Really, as embarrassing as that sounds, it's my social, like, I get to talk to my friends because you're all so far away, and like unwind and do something that I'm like good at or I'm like passionate about or whatever. You know what I mean? Because I've loved video games way longer than I've loved riding. Also, sounds weird to say, as much like as a BMX, you're not allowed to love ride anything as much as riding.
I
But,
feel like that's kind of crap. I mean,
you know what I'm saying, though. Like, no one likes to hear that shit, and you're certainly not supposed to say it.
yeah, but it's just this weird thing that we do. Because I actually had, I was trying to record some stuff last night just on my own because there's the like listener input podcast that Mike Hinkin wants to do with Imprimatur.
Oh yeah, I'm really
So
interested in that too. But
I
my thoughts are so jumbled, dude. I can't. I'm not on that level. You know,
I
I'd have to bounce all of my thoughts off you in written form, and then have you compile them and do an intelligent conversation.
well, so I wrote mine, okay, and I was like, yeah, these are a hair on the long side. And then I tried recording them, and every single answer is like a minute and a half to 2 minutes, and I know that's not really what he's looking for. But the one last question was, what would you say to someone who is, getting bummed out on riding or hasn't ridden that might want to get back into it? And it's like, well, I feel really different about that depending on the situation. There's not a clean answer for that.
Right.
And I actually think I'm not even going to submit my answer to that. And I might just talk about it right now with you because it's pretty much situational. Like, some people are just overriding and they tell you that they want to come and they can't, and all these other reasons and excuses. And it's like, you're just burning out a friendship that could otherwise exist without BMX in it. If you don't want to ride anymore, just be honest about it. And in other cases, it's like, maybe, if you're bummed out on the one thing you love, or one of a couple of things that you really love, most likely you got something else going on. Like, maybe you need to talk about it. And I know that, without getting into any details, you've been there recently. So
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can relate to that comment very
Well,
closely and know
yeah.
that, right?
I knew your thoughts, even and even in regards to Mike's questions. I'm sure I popped in your head more than once, just because it's been pretty heavy lately. And we don't really need to get into details. Anyone who really knows me pretty much knows what's going on.
Yeah,
And anyone listening to this, right, either doesn't care or doesn't need to know. And if they do need to know, then they'll text me and they'll ask. And I'll probably tell them because I rant about my personal business every time I'm angry because I can't keep stuff inside.
Yeah, I mean, we might end up there during this anyway.
But the bottom line is, I have a child now, and my job situation's kind of bettered. I have like a normal kind of like 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, so I have weekends open. But because of this issue that I have with my son's mom, it's tough to know what to expect. So we don't have like a steady schedule where it's like I have these 2 weekends a month free. I can always make plans, and I have a social life, and I can go do what I want to do. It's almost always on a daily basis, not knowing what's going on and getting into an argument and stressing or just not knowing, which is almost worse sometimes. And then you get angry and you don't care, but you do care and you have to care. So like just all of that, like on a daily basis for now almost a couple of years it just weighs on you. And then all the times you miss out on things, you get that FOMO, which turns into just, I don't know, I mean, depression, really. I mean, that's another thing that seems taboo, but I know a bunch of our friends personally have, if you're feeling a certain fucking way, you should talk to people about it. And I'm not feeling a certain way, but I certainly feel like I'm probably depressed because I'm making really poor choices with my time. And, when I do get free time, I still, either things fall through or I don't even try and go do things. You just kind of lose desire because you feel defeated about stuff. So that's kind of where I've been at. And I do make attempts, and when things work out, I get out there and I feel good about it, even if it's only for a short amount of time. And, but it's fleeting, because even if that lights the fire under my ass again, like, shit gets dumped on me for the next week and a half with absolutely no option but to deal with it. So then you're back to square one.
Well, and then, then you end up with the same situation, like similar to what I'm saying with the, like, burning out a friendship too, is, whether there's a legit reason or not behind it, if you are constantly not making it out, people stop texting you, people stop calling you, and that does wonders for your depression. It definitely helps you out there.
Right. But it's not even anyone's fault, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you try, and then, like, you haven't seen me, so out of sight, out of mind. One day you forget to try, and then you forget the next time, and then all of a sudden you don't even think about it anymore. It's just, you're just basically like MIA, and one day you'll go back like, what the fuck happened to that dude? Like, we hung out like every day for like 7 years.
Well, and on the other side of that is you or whoever, but you who sits there wanting to make it out, and all of a sudden feels like they have no friends anymore.
Well, that's true and not true, and a lot of that's myself too. Like, I don't know, like, I get emotional sometimes and just make poor. That's like part of the poor decisions. Like, I will run my mouth about, I'm not fucking perfect. Again, almost everyone listening to this podcast has either spoken to me or dealt with me online, and especially if it was online, it probably wasn't super sweet. Well, I was either really stoked on something or a big dick. So,
well, I know there was, on more than one occasion, speaking of online and specifically with video games, that there's probably more than a handful of our friends that in person are really all good friends, but in video game land, they don't want to talk to you, or at least at one time did not want to talk to you.
Yeah. Well, it's most of that comes down to, like, I'm super competitive with video games because I am not with riding, but because I'm much better at video games than I am at riding. And I mean, we dick around, and like, when there's times that we're dicking around and I'm like totally down to dick around, and that's fine. Like, we're having fun. It's all, at the end of the day, it's ultimately video games. We should always be having fun. But I mean, you know how it is when you're passionate about anything, you can fucking get heated, even if it's not important. Like, it just happens.
You get other things wearing on you.
Yeah, right. And again, all of this happened in the midst of everything else happening, which I feel like people give me the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't take away from things that, like, I said.
Well, and you know what? You can step down that trail to other people and other situations that we've both been a part of. I can think of one specifically with Cam.
Yeah.
That it was not his fault, but it got played up to be his fault by other people. But at some point, like, you can stand there and you can defend a friend for, oh, that's just how he is, or, don't worry about that. That's just so and so. And then at some point you're like, maybe they're just a douche. and I'm not going to stand here and defend them anymore. Like, I'll still talk to you and I'll still be your friend, but I'm not going to stand behind you when you're being a douche.
Right.
I'm going to walk away from this situation, let you guys sort yourself out.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what happened.
And that's, I know, that just is what it is, and that's being very vague, but that's for good reason because we don't need to stir anything up.
No, and things are pretty chill at this point. Like, we talk, so I don't
I'm
know.
not even talking about you.
Oh,
And you know
yeah.
exactly what situation I'm
Yes, it sounded. I was honestly, I was like, he's not talking about what I think he's talking about, but I'm not really following. I was like half on the trail. I'm fully caught up now.
Yeah, no one listening is going to be completely following either, other than like Cam. If Cam listens, I don't know.
Yeah, well, if he's listening, he'll know what that situation is too, and he totally will be like, whatever.
Let's just put it at this: if you see Cam, just stare at him and give him the middle finger over and over and over. No facial expression. Nothing. No context clues as to why you're flipping him off.
Yeah, if he listens to this, he'll know. This will be the test. If he doesn't know why you're flipping him off, then you'll have to just text Andy and let him know he doesn't listen to the podcast. Because if there was one episode that you would listen to, it would be this one, I would think, right?
Then when he finally snaps at you for flipping him off, you have to flip it and spin it as if he's the douche.
Yeah, well, why don't you get a little bit more angry? Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, that whole situation was ultimately it's pretty funny now.
Yeah,
it was kind of funny back then, but
I don't know. I've a lot of the issues that I've like made for myself with friends, especially in online world, is a lot because I have very little filter, and I used to lie a lot when I was a kid. Bad, like real bad. Like I had a hard time telling the truth about anything, but especially if I was like, getting in trouble, it was lie after lie after lie after lie. Like I just never would cop to it. I'd just get in trouble and get sent to my room before I tell the truth, and then whatever, I got in trouble anyway. And at some point, I decided that lying was bad, and I didn't want to do it anymore. So instead of lying, it's more like brutal, extreme, unconditional honesty, where if I have thoughts, I tell them to people. And the harder I try not to tell them to people, the more of eventuality it is that they're going to explode into an angry rant. And they're going to come out completely out of context and pretty angry and maybe mean and certainly not how I intended. And it doesn't matter at that point. So, I mean, I really can't pinpoint any one of those scenarios where I'm not the majority at fault.
At least you're honest with yourself.
Yeah, I'd say that was one redeeming quality is I'm pretty self-aware. It doesn't help me change any of my faults, though, which I feel like is my biggest flaw. It's like I'm one of the most self-aware people I know, and yet I don't change a goddamn thing about myself. Slowly but surely. You gotta grow up eventually, right?
I don't know. You're the one that said we all have Peter Pan syndrome.
Yeah, well, I still sing a Toys R Us song every time someone tells me to grow up.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they're gone.
Yeah, well, actually, no, dude. I just heard they were coming out of Chapter 11 and opening a few locations.
Yeah, I think so, but I don't think it's as Toys R Us. They sold the rights. It's going to be like Jeffrey's Toy Box or something.
Yeah, I heard Jeffrey had something to do with it too, which would make sense. I don't even care. Like, I just think kids need a fucking toy store, man.
Exactly, because
there's no toy
stores. It doesn't matter if it's all crap too, but that feeling of being like,
yeah, this store is for me. This store is entirely for me. Yeah, it's awesome. It's so good. It's better than the arcade. It like going into a toy store is like better than the arcade or a candy shop or any of that shit. It's the best. And it's not the same as a toy aisle.
No, no, not at all. You walk in the door and it's just everything that you've ever wanted.
Yeah, and things you didn't know existed that you now want. It's like I haven't
And
even
free
seen a
bikes.
commercial for that yet.
Really bad bikes.
Oh man, yeah, so bad. That's actually how I got my job and moved to Ithaca, though, was to work at Toys R Us building bikes. And when they looked at my resume, they were like, "Do you want to run a store?" It was like, no, I really just want to sit out back and build bikes, man. I mean, they're crap, but it'd be bikes, and I'd just be by myself. Like,
Like,
can
I
I
want to
just
be a
do
little
that?
bit high and building
Yeah.
bikes in the back of the store.
Yeah, just a little bit. But so I took that job, moved up to Ithaca, which was cool because I wouldn't have met you guys had I not done that. Up at East Shore in Lansing,
Yeah, yeah.
run by Benjamin Jones, who I heard was kind of coming out of semi-retirement, riding his bike again a little bit. That dude's got some skills.
Yeah, Ben's a cool dude.
Yeah, he's just a nice guy. Way too nice. That was the downfall of fucking East Shore, along with half of the skate parks that have ever gone under.
Yep.
I would say there's 3 reasons a skate park goes under, and I would challenge anyone to come up with one that doesn't fall under one of these 3 categories. You let too many people in for free. Reason number 1, or give stuff away from the shop, whatever.
Yep.
Um,
Your building's a complete pile of crap.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say landlord issue. Like they sell the building out from under you in the middle of a lease, or it gets fucking condemned, or some shit like that.
Yeah, or they just ramp the rent up
Yeah,
to the point it's not viable.
or drugs. So they just lose all their money and have to sell the business, then because they can't do it anymore. If someone can come up with a reason a skate park is ever closed, it doesn't fit under the purview of those 3 things. I mean, say fire, right?
One other.
I guess fire.
I guess, yeah, but that's the building is a complete piece of crap. So yeah, you could say natural disaster is one. So there's 4, and then I think the 5th one is small, but it should have never been opened in the first place. So that would fall under like poor market research, or just bad location initially, which could be poor market research, I guess.
I still think Elmira needs an indoor, man. I feel like Elmira would do really well with an indoor park because there's a lot of skaters. Well, and the scene's still there, and I think if there was a meeting spot, it would explode.
Yeah, someone should make one 150 feet away from the free outdoor park, though.
Yeah, right. Right where it was.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, that's not the worst idea because when it was raining, the meeting spot was still the same fucking place.
Yeah, but when it wasn't raining,
yeah, people would still be over there. But it was dumb though, man.
Like off at that park, and you just not go.
Yeah, and and they were dicks. It was almost like invite only half the time. I don't know. It was super weird. Like it didn't even run business hours for money for very long, as far as I know, or at least that was like when I was like getting back into riding, because I had like a hiatus where my bike got stolen, and I was working 90 hours a week, so I didn't even have time to like go online and buy a bike, let alone ride it.
No, I went to that park a couple of times, and I was just thoroughly unimpressed. It was like
as a box jump, a bunch of horrible half pipes, a bunch
of mediocre ramps, and a poor setup, and call it a skate park.
There was one okay like mini ramp. It wasn't even the half pipe. The 2 half pipes were like
the vert
stupid.
Ramp was sick.
And well, the one was pretty. Yeah, the other one wasn't really a vert ramp. I guess it was like a comp. It was that thing on the far side. I don't even know what the fuck that was.
No, the vert ramp was in the middle of the park with a roll in right down the center of it. So you had to jump the channel. You couldn't ride that thing without airing across the channel.
Well, I could, but I couldn't do it above coping. I might have gotten back wheel above coping a couple times. I think they were just trying to boost me up. I did learn how to ride a spine there, though. That's where I can't do it anymore. But I actually did learn how to ride a spine. Like those guys were teaching me how to ride ramps, I was stoked. That's the only reason why I have any good memories of that place is because it was the first time I ever started to learn how to ride ramps. Like I could air a quarter a little bit, not with style, but I could do it. And I could ride a spine in a way that felt like I was riding it right, and I was getting air and traveling across it and stuff. So, and like nosing in, I would like bump on the coping or whatever. So I was like riding it pretty well. It felt like anyway. But that spine was weird. It was like mellower on one side. So like the one side you could really boost it and then have the mellower landing in case you fucked it up. But the other side, you was all pull back and nose and then nose in to fucking ride it. But yeah. And that whole scene was weird too, man. Like I know none of those guys are gonna fucking listen to the podcast. Maybe fucking Jack. Jack, if you're listening to this shit, dude, you're fucking killing it lately. I'm proud of you, dude. We're not friends really, but I seen you back in the day and you fucking shred. You shred. Same with fucking Steiny. That dude's like a whiny bitch, but he's pretty good on a fucking bike. And if he wouldn't take it so goddamn seriously and have some fun, he'd probably be better. But that scene was weird. Like, and I feel like that's a product of the scene. Like, they were all, a lot of anything in Elmira is done to be like, it's just because you're like, oh, someone saw you do this and they thought you were cool, so I'm going to do that. That's who I am now because someone thought it was cool. Like, I got respect in the streets this way. Like, there's a lot of people in that town who will, like, talk very loosely and shamelessly about just dropping out of school to get on welfare faster so I don't have to work like an idiot. Well, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a weird fucking town or city. I guess it's a city. And a lot of people's way of thinking and what they think is important or whatever in life is super fucked up in my opinion.
I don't think it's just Elmira.
Well, a lot of it's spread out for sure. Like this whole, everyone wants the word fucking millennials, and even we get grouped in, even though we aren't millennials by definition. Like, as some sense of entitlement from rich to the fucking top of the middle class for sure. Like, everyone feels this way of just being like oppressed, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, you're proof that it still exists, like the American dream. Like, you guys have like a perfect fucking family. You guys like grew up in the same fucking house the whole time. You guys are all super tight. You're all awesome. I love your parents. Matt's a fucking solid dude. You guys even seem close with your like extended family. I always see our cousins and all your photos and going on trips and stuff. And then you both have gone on to be, pretty successful and have good livings and buy homes and stuff at this day and age, a reasonably young age. So, it still exists, but it's not the norm anymore. I don't think. Like, I think I'm more the norm. Like, I've worked a dozen or 24 different fucking jobs since I started working at 12.
You've struggled more than you've been comfortable.
Yeah, that's my comfort blanket. That's why I feel like I drown myself in these bad habits, is because I'm just so used to being here anyway that it's just like, well, settle in. It'll fucking pass. Or it won't. Whatever. But I feel like that's more the norm. That's why there's so much more mental health issues and suicide and depression. It's just, life sucks, kind of, dude. Like, used to be able to be a single person. Back when this was true, stereotypically, you were a guy, right? And you fell in love with a girl, and you guys got married, had kids right out of high school. You're probably 20-ish, 22. He had a job. Maybe she worked part-time at the time, but then she goes to being the stay-at-home mom. He gets maybe a better job, but now all of a sudden he can afford 2 cars, a house, retirement plan. Like, he can invest in this stuff. All of a sudden he's got lake property down in Florida and shit. And most of the time now, I've gotten really lucky. A lot of times I've struggled, a better door is open for me. Only a couple times have I made like less money the next time I got a job. You know what I mean? I've been pretty lucky that I've had friends and found the right opportunities or whatever. But especially now, you can't even get full-time work. People will give you 32 hours so they don't have to give you benefits because it's too expensive with the new laws and regulations and stuff to pay fucking people. So they just won't give people fucking jobs. So even if you want to work, you have to work 3 full to part-time, 30-hour jobs, and then still barely able to afford an apartment, let alone have the credit built up from struggling your whole fucking life to be able to get a house loan. Like, it's just completely unrealistic. My girlfriend is a fucking teacher, with tenure, and I was making with overtime about the same amount of money she was, and we weren't saving shit. You know what I mean? Not really. And as soon as everything went down with our personal issues, that was all gone.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. Like, it's super depressing, and that actually weighed on me before we even had a kid. I wasn't sure I wanted to have one. That's a weird thing to talk about, having one. But I don't know, I guess not.
Well, no, I mean, even
look the way the world's going, man.
Let's talk about people that have accident babies. It's not that they don't love their kid after they have it. It's just that they didn't plan on having it. So I don't think it's weird to say you weren't sure.
No, he was definitely not an accident either. We were just not trying anymore, basically, and it happened pretty quick.
Just
I guess my pull-out game was strong, dude. Like, because I mean, that's years track record excellence. So, I mean, man, we had a really long honeymoon phase. So, I mean, I'm pretty proud of that track record. So, I'd say I would put out my pull-out game numbers against fucking anyone's, dude. But I just see the things I don't like about the world and society and whatever, you know what I mean? Like, whether you believe in all these global warming or not, or you see the way politics has just become a mockery, dude. Like, it went from being these, even if they weren't the best guys, like, they were great men. You know what I mean? Not every president was a good guy, but they were great. All of them for like years and years and years and years and years. And then the past recent, decade and a half, 2 decades, it's just been, I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to get into a political discussion because this could go into a crazy rant, but it just seems like the entire institution has been, like, right now we have someone who was a fucking TV celebrity for saying you're fired. You know what I mean? Like, and he constantly makes a mockery of the office, in my opinion, just not because I don't agree with his opinions. It's because a lot of the stuff he's opinionated about isn't fucking something that someone who's supposed to represent all of the people of this nation should fucking ever say out loud. You're not supposed to have a fucking opinion about social issues, dude. Like, you're supposed to enforce what the will of the people is, not fucking run your goddamn mouth on Twitter all day. So, like, that kind of shit just drives me nuts. It's like, I always thought that we should have some dude in the office instead of a politician, so maybe things would change. But, like, I didn't think that. I was wrong. I was fucking wrong, dude. Like, they didn't change for the better. The country's more divided now since, like, we had the civil rights movement.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty middle of the road when it comes to a lot of that.
I try to just ignore it because I can't do anything about it. Like, unless you have unlimited money and political connections, you can affect zero change. Go ahead and go get 1 million signatures about something that a senator in our state doesn't want to change. He's going to throw that shit right in the trash the second he gets it, unless it came with $1 million in the envelope as well.
Yep.
So, and anyone who thinks anything different is a fucking moron. So, I mean, you either have to dedicate your entire life to doing something. If you really want to change, you have to dedicate your entire life to it, or you have to do what the most of us have done and just say, fuck it, and I'm just going to live my life as the best way I can as a person and not worry about all this crap because I can't do anything about it. Like, maybe I'll pay attention a little, maybe I'll vote because that's an important right that not everyone gets, and I certainly can't bitch about stuff if you don't attempt to have an opinion and exercise your rights. But other than that, like, why get twisted about it? Like religion, uh, all these social issues like gay marriage or abortion, or it's nobody
Those
else's
should
fucking
not be
business, man.
issues. They're
And that's
very
what
they're very cut and
I think
dry.
so.
Like the only one that I think people are rightfully upset about is competing, like transgender competition stuff.
Yeah, well, and I think
And
that's
it's because there's very explicit
yeah, it's
uh,
biology.
physical things that you can't downplay.
Right.
Like, get how you feel, but you have physical strength that you can't
Yep,
downplay.
and it's already happening. Like, and I don't know.
Well,
Maybe this will be the thing that breaks the straw that breaks the camel's back, and society will have a backswing, and the assholes like me will already be on the forefront of this fucking shit.
well, what was the one I just saw today? It was something about did someone just break like a cycling record?
Oh, yeah. Oh, damn it. And I saw someone broke a running speed record too.
Yeah, someone just won a gold medal and set a record at the World Championships
For cycling.
And yes. And then there was also the weightlifting, powerlifting.
Oh yeah, stuff. I remember that.
And
yeah, I get to a point that people feel a certain way or whatever. But I also kind of feel like there was a pretty clear outlet for almost every single one of the genders that I've heard about. Like, pretty much fits into a category that already existed. Like, they just all of a sudden open this fucking Pandora's box, allowing people to do whatever the fuck they want. It's like, okay, so at what point can I decide that because my joints and shit are fucked up and I feel sick all the time, like, I feel like I'm 65 and I'm going to collect my pension now. You know, when can I identify as a senior citizen and get AARP?
Well, and like, again, just for clarity in this discussion, there is nothing wrong with how you see yourself, but when it affects other people,
right?
And that's where it's still a gray area.
I don't think that it is. I completely agree with what you're saying. And it's not even that it's whether it's okay or not. I don't think anyone should even care. So it should just be okay by default. No one else should care about how other people think about themselves or how they, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, those personal life choices don't matter to me. And if someone that I knew or cared about wanted to talk to me about that stuff, like, it would be, I've actually had it happen a couple of times, and it's really not that big a deal. Like, you're still like, as you think about it for 5 seconds, you're like, well, we've been hanging out all day and I didn't feel any different the whole time before you told me this. So you're still the same fucking person. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Thanks for sharing that with me, I guess.
I never understood how people just shift their mentality.
Right. I just don't care. And I don't think other people should care. So by default, I'm just fine with all of that stuff, I guess.
Yeah. But when it comes to the competition thing is where it's like,
well, or logic. How about logic? I think that those people should fucking feel bad. They should be ashamed of themselves that they know that they're stronger. That's why they went there and fucking competed. Like, shame on you. Like, that's just taking advantage.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't care. Like, I don't care how you feel about yourself, and I don't care how you want to conduct yourself, but if you're going to fucking cheat, I care now.
Well, and again, it falls into that category of, like, no one can care about you and your choices. Like, they don't affect anyone. So when you're talking about like gay marriage and stuff, you're like, well, why do you care? It doesn't affect you.
Oh, see, I
But
actually have gay friends, so I was all for gay marriage. And then when me and Lindsay decided to go get common law marriage instead of getting like a real marriage, we couldn't because there's no such thing as common law marriage anymore because they legalized gay marriage, so everyone can get married. They don't have a need for common law marriage anymore.
yep.
So I was like, well, fuck. I feel totally differently about this now. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like when people have an opposition to it, it's like, well, it doesn't affect anyone
No, and
else.
it doesn't.
But
But that's the thing that
that's where
runs almost all
competition
social and political issues are the things that
does.
don't affect other people. It's not the fact that we have like a crazy. They keep trying to say that we have the best unemployment rate that we've had in years, but again, it's that type of employment that I was talking about earlier. Nobody's working full time. They all have bare minimum ass employment, so they can't. They're making less money than they would if they had just gone on fucking welfare.
Yeah, yeah. And
It's
also
driving people
people
to
that,
just
so
overburden the
I don't know
system.
if you know
What?
this, but people that are uneligible or not collecting unemployment don't count in the unemployment rate. It only counts if you're actively collecting
Right.
unemployment.
Yeah. So for 6 months out of every year, shit doesn't count. So I'm sure they wait for those 6 months where the majority of people aren't fucking collecting. They're like, oh, look at these numbers.
Well, no, I mean if everyone's unemployment ran out,
Right.
so let's say you were on it for a year and a half or
Well, you can
whatever.
only be on it. You have to
And
reapply every year, and then you can only
yeah,
collect for
but
6 months out of the year.
yeah, so if they once you run it out, you are no longer counted in the unemployed
Right.
uh, stats.
I don't know. I mean, around here, I'm real biased about that whole deal because we have two prisons, so they move up everyone's families to live here for free. Like my county is like when I was in high school anyway. I don't know what it is now. I can only imagine it's probably gotten worse. But I live in a small
But
community of like I don't know, like 30 to 60,000 people, and like I mean Elmira's bigger, but like where I live, right next to it or whatever, in the same county. And we are ninth highest tax county in the entire nation per capita. Ninth. We don't make any fucking money out here. We're all fucking like the richest person's not rich. They're making like six figures and act like they're rich around here. Like I don't know. That's just wild to me. So I get pretty salty about that. 'Cause I've worked since I was 12, and you see like an entire city of people that unless it's a gas station or a chain food restaurant, it closes. All uh, like mom and pop shops and small business closes on the weekends because no one who works for a living is going into that town. So there's no money being spent. It's
yep.
disgusting. Like,
But I also think that when you look at just everything in general, and I would like to get off of the
yeah.
political stuff, but when you're looking at everything in general, and you look at the things that people are actually upset about, and most likely they're being told to be upset
Yeah.
about it by
Right.
one, but it's not the stuff that matters.
Yeah.
It's there's so much going on and so much that's being covered up
Right.
that without sounding like a crazy person, there's just so
No, I
much
completely 100% agree.
going
And
on
I believe in
that
aliens too, so I am a crazy person.
but it's like it's all just a puppet show of look over here, or magic show, just smoke and mirrors and sleight of hand, and it's like, oh, this is going on, but look over here, and then you're like, ooh, what's over there? And then they clean up the other side, or they just never go back to it.
And it's so easy to do. And honestly, sometimes if you're not paying attention, like I try not to do, you catch that stuff just by fucking looking through the fishbowl. You know what I mean? Like it's like your distorted perspective actually gives you sort of a better view of what's actually happening. Like, do you remember the save, was it Coney or Kona or something thing that went across Facebook? Some like
Yeah,
African aid relief thing.
Coney
Yeah.
or whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
I kept seeing it, and people kept like posting it, and I was like, I'm broke. Like, sorry. Like, I've heard stories from my ex-girlfriend who teaches in the county next to, or in the town right next to ours, of kids who are hungry on long weekends because their parents don't feed them. They only eat at school. So if you want to help somebody, you know what I mean? Like, help somebody down the road in your own community. Like, not that everyone doesn't deserve help, but like, why wouldn't you help your own community first? I guess. I don't know. Anyway,
Because,
that's a whole nother
well, and
topic. But where I was going with that was I did like a cursory Google search on who this Coney or whatever person was, and there's a zillion things that pop up saying these are actually Somali pirates. Please stop sending them money. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh well. And then shortly thereafter, it all died off and went away. So I'm guessing everyone else finally got the message. But I did one Google search, and the entire list was populated with stuff like, what are you people doing? Like, stop funding terrorists.
yeah. But I mean, you just see what's
Right.
popular, and you just jump on the bandwagon, and you
I
go.
guess.
And
But that's my point, is that people don't think. And I feel like, I mean, you probably know what I mean, and it's I think it has a lot to do with just the counterculture part of us. We're fans of like music and riding and videos, and we watch and listen to things that maybe other people don't, or whatever, or we did. At least that used to be important to me, and for the lamest of reasons. Anyway, my people, like, you're into a certain band or a certain scene real hardcore, and then you talk to people who will just listen to whatever is on the radio. They don't care at all. One pop song, pop country from Michael Jackson to Jewel to Britney Spears, whatever. They just don't care what they're listening to. They're just down to listen to music, which I still do not get. But there's such a huge population of people that are like that, and I think it's people like that who also don't care what they ingest in any information. They just ingest information and regurgitate said information without processing any information. And that probably makes me sound like I think I'm smarter than people.
Well, it's super. It's exactly like when you scroll down your Facebook feed, right? People sharing articles that they clearly didn't open or read and clearly didn't date.
Yeah, it's like this title, this article fucking resonates with me at this second. Click.
Yeah, share, and it's like you didn't even read the article to know that was actually sarcastic either, or that it's way more radical than you thought it was.
Yeah, nothing's better than when like some militant like conservatives post an Onion article.
I like when people post angrily about articles like that. I can't believe this. This isn't. You're like, you're a moron.
Yeah, dude.
No. All right. Another one just like that, right? Is when people post that Facebook doesn't have their permission to use their photos,
which they already signed away when they agreed to use Facebook in the first place.
Right. You're like, your stupid post on your timeline doesn't override the terms of service that you clicked accept to. And whenever they revise them, they shoot you a little email or pop it up the next time you log in that says, hey, you need to agree to our new terms of service. And you just go, yeah, accept. I just want to look at my Facebook feed. And
they own you.
Yes, you can tell them that they don't have right to that by deleting your account.
And I guarantee you,
as long as you have an active account, you give them permission to utilize your name and your photos, but they have to be paired together for whatever the heck they want to use it for. They can put you on an ad for anything they want.
I'd be really surprised if every one of those user agreement updates wasn't locking you in even further each time.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like, oh, we got, wait a minute,
no
one read this. We got away with this shit. What else do you think we can get the rights to?
Right, and then it's every once in a while you'll see like one person read it, and then they make a huge uproar about like realistically the little, not even the most intrusive detail of it. And they'll be like, I can't believe this, and it's everyone all of a sudden throws a huge backlash, and they're like, all right, we'll revise our terms of service for now.
Right.
And then they just change them back.
Yep. I don't know. It's all a big game. But again, that comes under that purview of like stuff I can't care about. I
also like when people hate on Facebook and then talk about Instagram. And you're like, yeah, I like Instagram better too, but when you're talking about their terms of service and their
right, they're the same.
Like their ownership being better, you're like,
yeah, I guarantee you they're worded exactly the same, word for word. You know, page for page, everything's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Man, we've certainly been cloud hopping so far this call.
Yeah, whatever. We made an entire group of people angry at us. And is what it is. But I don't know.
I lost you entirely.
No. I said we made an entire group of people angry.
Oh, yes. I'm quite sure we made more than one group. At the very least, I did. But you know what? Everyone loves you, AB. So, like, I'm good with being the bad guy, I guess.
I mean, it is your podcast. And it is what grinds your gears.
Goddamn right it is.
Let's see. What really grinds my gears page?
I mean, it was just a Facebook page.
Oh,
it was just a Facebook page that I made. It might be what really grinds my gears.
That's what it should be. What really grinds my gears?
It should have a bunch of random, weird pictures of like statues and funny poses and stuff I thought was ridiculous. I think that was all the culmination of like one day Google searching random shit, and I never did it again.
So I searched that on Facebook, and it brings up a post from SWAT.
Really?
Yeah. And his post is, it really grinds my gears, and then there's a video, but I didn't watch it. All right. Oh, you posted on it in January. To shout out your video game clothing sponsor.
Oh yeah, I'm not even sponsored. I'm just affiliated. Everyone and I make sure I put that. And everyone who like gets, because you can just affiliate programs are free. You can do it with like a lot of stuff too. It's not even just like streaming, but streaming is like the easy break and way to like figure out what it's all about. But you fill out an application, and for the most part, they accept everyone, especially this particular clothing company. And I've tried to even work with them further on like other things, and they'll message me back, which is cool, but like not super receptive.
Hey, how do you feel about daylight savings time?
Oh, fuck you, dude. Dude, whoever, it's just an outdated idea, man. Like, no one fucking wakes up and like gets in a tractor. It doesn't have headlights that are brighter than the fucking sun anyway. What the fuck do they? It's just dumb. It's super dumb. We lose fucking daylight half the fucking year. I'm not prepared to answer this question and have the rant go well.
No.
Like it's
no. You're not losing daylight half the year. You're living in fantasy land if you hate daylight savings.
No, I
time.
understand the
Because
daylight. I understand the daylight
time
savings time is the good
gives
time of
you
year
your
around
greater
here. But
night.
what I don't understand is why we have the entire concept of daylight savings time or regular time is dumb to me. It's not just that the 6 months of daylight savings time is my problem. It's the entire premise that we don't just use a time where we get to use the most amount of fucking daylight all year.
Yeah, like just go to work at 8 o'clock instead of 9.
Yes, I don't know. Whatever. I don't like it. I think it's an antiquated system. And it is what really grinds my gears. Just everything's caps and spaced. Even my is caps. And it's an actual page, not like a thing. Oh, hold on. I'll send you an invite. There. I invited you.
Oh, no, I'm on it. That's why I asked you about daylight savings.
Oh, was it one of my posts on there?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
if you want to know how I feel about it, go in there because I guarantee you it was way better than what I just spat out.
No. Here's a comment. Are there really that many farmers that don't have headlights on their $100,000 tractors? Not to mention that I'm pretty sure they're working from sun up to sundown one way or another.
See, I feel like if I had made some of these into like bits, I could do stand up. But the tone and like sound of my voice, from what I've been told by many an asshole who wants to hurt my feelings, is that it's super monotone and easy to block out. So I feel like I'd get up there on stage and just be You're not alone. It's many people, many a person. Is that a thing? Many people. I guess people's already a plural, right?
Everyone listening to this right now is hearing it like the Charlie Brown voice.
Womp, 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 womp. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, no one got this far. We pissed off people, and they're like, I can't stand to listen to that dude fucking talk anymore anyway. He's a dick.
No, they left earlier than that. They left when I was talking about a porch for 10 minutes.
Yeah, or when we had to like pause because the reception went to poo.
I'm curious how that's going to come out.
Like I said, worst case, just edit it if it's like too obnoxious.
Nope.
Yep, you're going to do it, you son of a bitch. This is the first time for that. You can be a first time for editing too. I think. I demand special treatment.
I had to edit Alex Stapes.
Oh, did you?
Because he had an active lawsuit going on.
Oh.
And he said things that he shouldn't have said.
Oh, and then would he get back to you?
So I had to take them out.
Did he get back to you? Was like, so.
Yeah. Well, it was because he was in that motorcycle accident.
Yeah.
And he said how fast he was going.
Ew.
Which he was not speeding.
But it wasn't the speed that he gave the people, the investigators?
No, I think the point is that his lawyer probably said, don't even bring it up. It wasn't
right.
You did not cause the accident, so you don't need to even bring up whatever speed you were going. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all taken care of. He texted me the other day that he's finally off crutches.
That's pretty awesome.
And is cleared to ride again. So, like, that's been a solid year, though.
Where are you seeing these posts? Because I'm like... Oh, okay. Never mind. They're loading in now. Dude, 2012. Last post, January 24th, 2012. So it's been like 7.5 years. I was close. I said 8 to 10. 7.5 years since I've done it.
So how do you feel about religion?
Yeah. Again, if you want to hear my thoughts,
how many people you want to make mad, Sam?
if I get, how many people you have normally listening to you? 50 something, like as like an average, like that always check.
Not recently. Well, actually, hang on. Yeah, I can tell you.
If I get, well, let's just say if I get 50 likes on the most recent post, whether that's the one you like or not, just do that one. I'll fucking start writing again. The biggest problem is like I was actually doing it pretty good too. I broke them up pretty well. It'd be like a week or two between each one. It looks like, which is you're that angry about something, you have to like write a fucking long rant about it every week or two.
So without logging in, and I don't really feel like logging in, it won't tell me the audience size. But if I remember correctly, it's somewhere in the 50s on average. So
yeah, so that's what I thought. We'll say 50. If I get 50 likes, or fucking likes the page, I guess, just like the page. Yeah, that'll be the easiest thing. If I get 50 new likes on my page, I will start writing again or do something with it.
Well, you just got one.
I see that. I got my notification. Thank you. Have you actually ever read any of these before?
No, you've talked about it, and I just ignore you.
Well, I can't remember what I wrote. Like I said, most of these were a little bit more well thought out. Like I spent a week or two thinking about it, and then spent however much time I was getting paid at work for that day writing it.
I like your people that can't keep their personal life personal. That one's pretty good. Man, everyone should go read these.
I didn't get a lot of comments. Like, not too many. Nobody wanted to fucking be associated with this shit. Touch it with a 10-foot pole. I'd get like 1 or 2 likes, and one person got offended, and one person said "well said," and I think that's about all I got.
Yeah, everyone else is like, he clearly just wants to argue, and I'm not into it.
Yeah, it's toxic, dude. It's fucking toxic. Whatever. I don't even care. That's how I felt. I probably still feel exactly this way about all this shit, too. I haven't even read any of these again, but I guarantee you I still feel the exact same way about all this shit.
I like your photos associated with it.
Yeah, I told you they're just random shit.
It's pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped too soon. There's not enough of them. Like, you get going, you're like, oh, this is kind of funny. Oh, it's over.
It's not too late.
No, it's not. I can always go back and do this.
You know, if you had kept this going, this could have been one of those pages that has like hundreds of thousands of followers.
Yeah, what do they do? Monetize it?
I mean, probably not, but it would still be fun when you rant about something and get thousands of shares and everything you post goes viral.
Yeah, it would be...
And you just never really have to answer to any of it because everyone else will argue it out in the comments.
Yeah, from someone's share. It wasn't even my original post. Oh, man. Yeah, that's funny. That's true. I don't think...
You just went robot again.
I think this thing... Oh, I got you.
So you want to talk about bikes?
Yeah, dude. Bikes. I have one. I ride it occasionally. Not nearly as much these days. We already kind of talked about. I certainly would like to. I need to fucking just build something again. My last grind setup. You want to bring everyone back to my side and make you feel bad for me? Someone chopped my entire fucking grind box set up to pieces with a fucking chainsaw. I had like 2 10-foot boxes with like that fucking composite board tops, one regular box, one was a roller coaster box, and they like matched up. And I had another one that was like twice as tall and super thin, with angle iron on it. And then I built kind of a wedge off the one side, which made the thing almost unmovably heavy. That's all made with like 2x and 4x shit. There's like no plywood on anything. And so it was like almost like a half Jersey barrier sub thing on the other side. And it all got destroyed. While getting, I mean, the little boxes got a lot of use. That wedge sub thing though, I built and like started dealing with all this drama, and I literally put my like tires on it like one time and like wasn't feeling it, and it's a little weird, so I didn't want to like break myself off in the front of my house while dealing with all the rest of this crap. So I like literally never even got to ride it.
We had a few good sessions on the coaster box and the straight flat.
Yeah,
ledge
those were.
I
would like them to have been a little longer and a little higher, but like I was pretty stoked on those. Like they worked really well, I think.
Yeah, I mean those composite ledges always work well when they're well kept. So like when you keep them waxed every session and you don't let them get all chunked out. So there's a couple of sides to that. One, you have to keep them waxed. Like the one we had at the ice house and the Jersey barrier we had at the ice house, those boxes slid great forever because we kept them nice. But then you go to places that have that coping where kids are learning to grind.
And the chains like dragging across. Yeah.
And never wax it. And I can just say that, you know, it is what it is, but it's the real
right. And I didn't upkeep mine super well.
Is in such bad shape.
But it was such an easy ledge to ride. Like, I'm not that good, but I'm not that bad. Like, I can ride a fucking flat ledge.
I just severely prefer real angle iron. But when you live in a neighborhood, you can grind box and you can ride it at 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night because all it does is a light thud.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet. So yeah, that was pretty much my reasoning behind using it. Like I said, I had the taller one with angle iron. I just wouldn't have used that at the time when it would have been obnoxious. Fuck, I mean, to be honest with you, I'd prefer concrete. If I could afford to pour a concrete ledge out in front of my house as like a fence or something, I would have done that and say, "Fuck you, neighbors."
You had a Jersey barrier.
Sort of. It's just a concrete block. Yeah, it was just a concrete block. Yeah. But I did do some fucking sprocket chunks and stuff on it. The downside was it was like it sort of leaned towards the road, and the road sort of crowned towards the thing, so it wasn't really like good for riding on.
Yeah, like you can deal with it, but it's not fun.
It was really challenging to learn how to do tire jams on because it's like way higher than the sprocket is. So even if you hit sprocket, you're way above pinned. Even if you try and, if you cheat on a smaller ledge and you lay on the sprocket, that's cheating. But when it's taller than the sprocket and you're hitting the sprocket on it because you have to to get your body to stand up high enough to not just fall over, and then somehow bring it back when it was uphill landing or whatever, that was kind of challenging. But
yeah,
so like I can kind of do them on anything, but I can't pop back far. Like, how does fucking Montana Ricky do that? He did those tire jams and can come back out in full cab for a half an hour the other direction. Like
for a half an hour.
No, he doesn't, dude. Like, I don't get that much pop out of him. Even the day I learned him at HCS on that like wedge that was up against one of the boxes or something, and you're like, that's like the hardest. Like, you're not even in a 90. It's like the hardest way to fucking learn how to do them, and that's how I learned how to do them. I'm like, yeah, but it feels good, and I can actually roll out of it this way because there's a wedge to land in.
Where it's practically a bump jump.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing. Like, there's certain things like you have to lean them real far forward because otherwise you'll just monster truck over the thing. You know what I mean? But I don't know, I'd like to get more into those. Larson from Syracuse, I think. He's been coming out a bunch to all the events around here when Kyle's buddies, Rouse or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know his name. I'm sorry. It's probably like
I think it's Dylan.
Yeah. Okay. So I probably did know his name.
I think so. I could be totally wrong.
Well, and I've never really like talked to him like personally. So if he ever listens to this, I hope he's not super offended. But super into like what he's doing with some of the tire jams, and there's a couple other guys doing some cool stuff. Like there's a lot of dudes that just did generic front end tire and rear tire stuff, but I think that's a trick that like has some like potential to like link lines almost like the manual, on a smaller scale.
D Larson 751.
Yeah.
It is Dylan. Right. That's what I
thought. He's doing some cool stuff with him I've seen lately. That whole crew's getting way better really fast all of a sudden with that like indoor park and now shredding and working on this video and stuff. Like they're all noticeably way better this year.
Yeah.
Tyler too. Tyler's been fucking on one, man.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to Tyler in a while, like for whatever reason. I mean, I guess we're not really super close, but
today's his birthday.
Oh, is it really? Well, happy birthday, Tyler.
Well,
by the time you listen to this, it won't be your birthday anymore, but know that I did acknowledge that it was your birthday. I'm not going to text you, though. So when you don't get a text and you hear this, that's why. It's because I didn't text you. But
yeah, he has been just killing it lately.
And I don't know if that's because confidence is up or what, but like when I watch his riding, it still feels like he doesn't know that he's gotten that much better. Or maybe I'm just watching what's going on the gram. You know what I mean? Like it's all out of context. I'm just seeing what's going on the gram. But like when I see his riding, like I feel like I see hesitation when at this point there should be less because he's definitely gotten that much better.
Except for that G turn.
Well, the one was fucking good, dude. Real good.
Yeah,
like that's legit. Like on any one scale, that was legit. I don't give a fuck. I was stoked on that one. Yep, for sure. Although not as surprised as I've been on some of the other stuff recently, just because he's been getting that much better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like hard to tell sometimes.
Right. Like when I usually get a woo every time I do a Feeble Smith because when everyone sees me ride up like pedaling the bike, they're surprised I am able to do anything on it. It's like I can do this trick on like every ledge I've ever touched, but every time I do a Feeble Smith, someone like gives me a woo, like they're impressed that I pulled the trick I've been trying all week or something.
I think we're just impressed that you pulled the trick.
Instead of just rolling around on my back.
Yeah. Pretty much. But I think that's what everyone's favorite thing about you is when you just slowly tip over faking and your feet go up in the air and you roll on your back.
Because it doesn't hurt that way. I know how to fall. Any smart BMXer will tell you the first trick you learn how to do is fall. Because otherwise you're fucking getting broke off. And you gotta relearn your tricks. Like that's no fun. At least I always did. Anyone who's naturally gifted at stuff, like Alex Capilongo, talking to you, you're not listening to this either probably. But was good at skateboarding, picked up better than everyone within the first 9 months of touching the bike. Fucking had another buddy who did that, then went to snowboarding and went to competition in snowboarding. You're just naturally gifted at stuff. Fuck you. You cocksucker. Especially if you're handsome or something on top of that. Like I thought God was supposed to be at least semi-fair. Like you give people fucking good looks and all this talent and they got like born into a family with money. And then you got me just sitting here The thumb up my ass. That's not cool. Hello.
Hey, welcome back.
Hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you right up until I ended that because it was telling me that I had lost connection, but I could still hear you. And when you finished a thought, I figured it's a
Yeah,
great
right.
time to just deal with it.
And
Yeah.
we're back. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, you finished your thought, and then I just killed it. So I don't even think I'm going to have anything to cut there. I think it's just
Right.
going to work
Yeah,
out.
that should be
fine.
good. That should be good. That was a good train of thought that I had.
So, do you think that you feeble or fakey slower?
Oh, dude, that's not even a question. Like I said, I can feeble very slow, and sometimes I do, but I try and feeble an appropriate speed for the length of feeble that I want to do. So definitely fakey slower because I'm a chicken shit, and going backwards fast scares me. Which is why I've ridden free coaster since the early 2000s because that makes sense, right?
I will
Or
try
wait,
to dig it out when I. No, you ride free coaster because you're trendy. But
that's not true. I am the trendsetter, dude. If I'm trendy, it's because I'm the trendsetter. I'm like at the hierarchy of the trend pyramid.
whatever you want to tell yourself.
Dude, I watched Lucky and Neighborhood Superheroes just 180 off this huge wedge like porch thing and then fakey across the parking lot and out of sight around the building, and I just thought it was funny and kind of cool, and I'm like, that looks fun, so I got one. And then once I rode one for long enough, I forgot how to fucking backpedal. And so I just switched immediately right back. And I rode Cam's bike the other day. His setup's so similar to mine except for cassette, and I think I could get back into it. Like I just want to. It's just something I feel like I need all the excuses that I can possibly come up with to just have a fire lit under me again and have like an excuse to want to like just be on my bike, even if it's just out in the fucking driveway with nothing to ride but my bike.
So,
Which is always when I've made the most progress. Like when I met you guys was right after I got back into it again. I was like, do I get a gym membership or do I buy a bike again and get back into riding? So I decided, I bought a bike. And I'm like, I don't want to fucking go to the gym. And so I bought a bike and I learned tricks that I'd never even tried in the dark one night. The first time I'd ever tried them. It was literally fucking dark. Riding a concrete park. Anyone ridden concrete park in the dark knows that's sketchy because it's like a mute color and you can't see anything. So every time I've just ever ridden by myself fresh and for like some new reason or whatever, I've done better and fallen all back in love with it again for a new reason.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for that to happen again. I'm hoping I've forced that to happen here soon. I'm glad that it's like coming wintertime now, so the time that like I feel like I'm mentally getting back into a better place, or at least at a place where I'm like giving up stressing as much about stuff that like I just cannot control or have to accept things are different than they have been for the past decade of my life forever. That makes it a little better.
You're right at the point with Parker too, where theoretically, you should be able to just take him out to the park and ride with him a little bit. And, you might only get short sessions. But if you can get out at Eldridge, for 45 minutes every couple of days, he's just going to be stoked to do cool things with Dad. It doesn't matter what you're doing. But hopefully you'll be able to start riding.
Yep. And there's even other things, like I have opportunities. Like Johnny, I don't think it's kind of a secret still, I guess. So I probably shouldn't talk too much about it. That's not my shit. But like he's got access to like he does all the powder coating, welds, stuff. He can make custom frames, and just got a screen printer. They said I could use whatever I want. So I mean, I have opportunities to go over there and work with him on a bunch of stuff and learn things and just hang out. And he has the ramps now from the warehouse, and we want to build stuff and dig. And but his schedule, I think the biggest issue with that is his schedule and my schedule are very hard to line up, like realistically, because he's so close, and it's such a cool thing that like I feel like I would do it, but like it's always like he texts me and I'm like I'm just getting out of work here, I'll be done this time. He's like, oh, I'm going in to work at that time, and it's like almost every single time it's exactly polar opposite schedule, so it's making it really tough. And then I still have my poor excuse of just being lazy and depressed sometimes, where I just don't feel like doing things, and I don't know, sometimes I can be forced out of that, but there's other times where like that's just what I need to make poor decisions and eat fucking shit food all night and feel worse about it at the end of the night, but feel better in the morning, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Probably not as much as some other people do, but because I'm kind of in the opposite boat where I've been so busy with other stuff that I would jump or, just jumping at the chance to get on my bike.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just is what it is. But going back
injuries,
to my question that I had asked you.
Oh, yeah.
I will try to find that clip, the fakey clip, and get that posted when I post this podcast.
Oh God! What there's the fakey clip. There's one in your mind that's
the
like
ultra slow, feeble to fakey at HCS, where you then fakey super slow and then crush your knee falling.
Yes, I do remember this. Actually, you know what really bums me out was, I think it was not even that session. It was probably might have been the next session at HCS. It could have been the same one. When I went to do the feeble up manual on the same spot and fucking totally caught my Achilles with the back peg and fucking tripped myself, just swept the leg. I just totally fucking karate kidded myself with the bike. And one, it immediately destroyed and swelled up my Achilles. Like I could feel it in midair. And then two, I landed hard. Like I flipped in the air and landed on the fucking ledge so hard that I bounced off of the ledge and then onto the concrete. And it was the one attempt that wasn't being filmed because everyone was still like laughing about the last fall I had. And it was the same. Oh my God. And then Tommy butchered that fucking monster truck over the rock crash that I just did a couple weeks ago. Like my best crash. Like I have so many because all I do, I spend half the time on my bike on the ground. I'm not even on the bike. But like my best ones never get filmed. When I get like it hurts or it just looks gnarly or whatever, or I get broke off, like those are never on film. Sucks.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a lot of them on film, but I know what you mean because you just can't always be filming.
Right. Yeah, sometimes you're just laughing at how bad the riding is.
It's usually the worst when there's multiple people trying to film a trick at the same time.
Oh yeah, well yeah, and you're trying to like cut it, and then you look up, and then someone else takes a run. You're like, oh god damn it, dude! I wasn't even pointing the camera. Like, I'm trying to.
I mean, in your case, it's usually like I'm filming someone else, and then I
Yeah.
look over, and you're on your back already, and we're like, oh.
Oh, yeah, so disappointed that you missed that. Oh man. I would say the other thing that's been keeping me off my bike a little bit too is I am in by far the worst shape of my life, and if you look back throughout time, I've never really been in good shape, but I've or looked like I was in good shape. But like I played soccer and rode my bike, one then the other. There was a little bit of consecutive time there, like where they overlapped, but um, all day, every day since I was like 4 or 5. So I was in really good cardio shape. You know, had stamina up the ass. I could just go all day, even when I was. I mean, this is only a couple of years now that I've been kind of like dealing with all this stuff and sitting around more and being depressed. So, well into my early 30s, like I was good to go, even though I didn't really look like I was fucking Adonis or anything. You know, I was certainly not the pinnacle of health. I eat like a fucking 12-year-old. Like if a 12-year-old could pick his diet today, I get like any 12-year-old could just pick their diet if they weren't raised by like homeschooled vegans their diet's gonna be what I eat on the daily. So like it's not super healthy, but the last couple of years sitting around and like working in a truck where like I'm sitting the majority of the time driving it, it's gotten soft, man. Like I put on a little bit of weight, but I can usually just drop the weight because I got good stamina. I'll just go out and just ride a bunch for a couple months when things are hot, and I'll just lose all the weight. So it's not a big deal. I don't care. But I can't do that now. Like I'm in such bad shape, just like chasing my 2-year-old around for like 30 minutes. I was winded. Like I can literally feel my legs burning. Like, and then I got this shoulder thing that happened. I don't even remember how it happened, or I literally just remember waking up and hurting one day and thinking it'd go away. Like I slept on it weird, and it's just been getting worse and worse. I'm gonna have insurance here in like the next month again, and fucking I'm gonna get an X-ray or whatever I gotta do, ultrasound on it, but I'm sure it's gonna be just filled with scar tissue because it's just so fucked. So like trying to ride when you're in crazy bad shape and your shoulder and back like pop out because you're in the worst shape, you know what I mean, than you were when they popped out anyway. Like it's and I have to work. Like I'm the only person working for my kids. So if I get like that hurt and I have to take time off and I get in trouble and lose my job or something, like that's totally irresponsible.
Yeah.
So that's like my life is juggling responsibilities and desires with to find that balance in life. I think is everyone struggles with finding a balance in life, but finding a balance in life when your hands are tied on the choices you're allowed to actually you can make to make a difference, like it's really tough, man. And I guess I am thankful that I just struggled my whole life because I feel like that's why people give up. Like people who've never had to struggle or really deal with decisions that are like almost out of their control, like you feel trapped and hopeless, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. I can see how people make like those choices, I guess. But I mean, for me, it's just not one. I feel really strongly against that. I don't even need to get into the reasons why. I think it's a bottom line. I think it's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Bottom line. That's basically the long and short of it. That's all I really need to say about my opinion on that topic. But I have like a child now too, so like I guess it wouldn't matter what everyone thought of you afterwards or whatever, but like and you wouldn't have to live with yourself, but that's just so selfish. Like I just even in my darkest hour, dude, could not fathom doing something like that. It's so selfish. And
Well, I think you were kind of hitting on a part of it though, is that you've always had some degree of struggle, right? So like think think back to when you see people that get handed a bunch of stuff, and as you're coming up, you're like, "Oh, must be nice. Oh, must be nice to have mommy and daddy give you everything."
right.
But the reality is, it's not. When when you're on your own and you hit the tiniest little hang up, you have no idea what to do.
Right.
You feel like everything crushed in around you versus you're like, oh, back here again, great.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't even ask for help until like I'm going to be evicted or I'm going to prison. Then I'll ask for help from somebody. Like, I think I'm dying or I'm gonna need a place to live. Then I'll like make a phone call. But like other than that, I pretty much just deal with shit on my own. And I may talk to people about it, but like the people I talk to about it can't help. You know what I mean? And if they could, I wouldn't want their help. Like we wouldn't be friends anymore after that. That's because it's not because it's wrong for a friend to help another friend, but I would feel wrong about it. You know what I mean? Like, because in my perspective, I'm never going to be in the situation to help said friend in the same way. So, like, I would not accept help from someone I could not help. You know,
No,
like helping come to your house, build your deck. Yeah, I'd help you do that because I can build stuff and I'd be hanging out with you anyway, and we go riding later. And I know you just come help me build like my grind box if you're in town or some shit. Like that's fine. But I mean, like,
no, but
I need a car to get back and forth
voluntarily
to
and
work.
stuff.
Whatever, or yeah, like, or I need a reference to a doctor's appointment so I can get like happy pills, which are a fucking huge mistake in my opinion too. Tried those shits once. Oh my god. I mean, I smoke a lot of weed. Those things, they make you feel stoned, dude. Like I don't know. It's certain things like you hear people stereotypically say about shit on TV is stereotypical because that's the only way to describe it.
Well,
They make you feel like a fucking zombie, and then you get off them and you're even more out of whack.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I don't have any like real firsthand experience on this, but I also know how that works. And when you have a normal that's a low, and whenever you take something that's an upper, you get an equivalent down when you come off of it.
Right.
So if you are normal and you take that, then you're going to feel real good. And then you're going to have this temporary depression.
And that's the
and
problem.
then you're going to go back to normal.
Yeah.
But,
well, if you abuse it at all or get even just like, because it takes time to dial in the dosages. Like I didn't even take that time. You know, that's the other thing. I didn't take the time to work with a doctor, but I knew how it made me feel. And I knew that it's the same thing with all medication, prescribed like medication these days. It's just covering up symptoms.
yeah, and
it's not curing the fucking problem. Like these pills aren't making me happy. They're just making me forget I'm sad because I don't feel anything.
Yeah, but then when you're off of them, so once you reset your normal, like you're gonna stabilize back to your normal. But then when you're not on your pills, so you're still gonna feel kind of lost and depressed or whatever over time. That's why they make you change your medicine occasionally too.
Right.
So once you've been normalized to that, now you're twice as deep as you were before because your normal is now way lower and your high from your medicine puts you at the normal you used to be at.
Right. And that's semi-accurate, but also really simplistic. Because, I mean, we're talking about pharmaceuticals changing your brain chemistry. And some people have if their brain chemistry isn't right, there's already a problem to begin with. So then you're trying to then go off of like, okay, well, this has worked for this. We'll try this. But their brain chemistry is already messed up. So you have to like adjust or add this or whatever. And now you're adding multiple, like it's a whole fucking, you know, jumbled concoction of fucking chemicals. And sometimes they get the desired effect. Sometimes they just get an effect that works and is manageable, but it still is just a Band-Aid. And it's not going to last forever. And you're really fucking with, like, especially I think if you have an issue where your brain chemistry is messed up that you need medication or whatever, I really feel like there needs to be more holistic options that get looked into, and I think there needs to be more like physical treatment or something that needs to be looked into, because it's hard to, like, because I'm not a fucking scientist or a doctor, so we don't really know what the fuck we're talking about here, other than I have very limited personal experience in it, and there's some basic logic that kind of can go into the argument whether it's even right or not. But I guess think about it this way: if you have Kool-Aid, right, and you fucking put like, it's too sweet, right? You have Kool-Aid that's too sweet, so you add a little bit more water, and it makes it like level out, but now it's not, like, it's way too thin a color, it just looks like water or something. So now you try to put like more fucking food coloring in there, and then what I'm trying to say, like, oh, maybe you feel like, oh, I'm gonna try some fucking sweet tea in my shit. Yeah, like, this still isn't quite right, I'm gonna put maybe some sweet tea in here, and now all of a sudden you have this concoction that like is never gonna be right. You're only gonna keep, like, oh shit, a little bit more of this, maybe a little bit less of that, and it's never going to be right, because that's not the solution.
Well, especially when it's an easy thing, like, oh, you're feeling depressed, let's get you on, a quarter of a Xanax or something like that to
when really, like, you could just not be drinking enough water or something. Like,
well, that's what
I've
I'm
heard
saying.
dehydration like leads to a lot of anxiety attacks and stuff, which don't make you feel good.
It could be an underlying issue of a much bigger problem than just depression, too.
Yeah.
Like, depression is a side effect of a lot of other health issues.
Yeah.
And if you treat it just as depression, you might be missing the point. And I assume that people are trained, doctors are trained for that, but you also hear about a lot of crappy doctors.
Well, there's yeah, I mean, that's a whole other topic in itself. I always kind of laugh about, I mean, just the term practicing medicine. Like, it doesn't exactly instill fucking confidence, I don't think. And it's also just like anything else. There's how many contractors have you ever heard that were good? Only a couple. A lot of people out there making love and putting roofs on fucking houses and putting porches on, but you hear a lot more people bitch about every fucking contractor that ever had to do anything than fucking have good words to say. Because there's not that many good. There's a lot of people out there who can swing a hammer, but they don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean? This is a lot of people who can cut you open and move your organs around, but they don't really know what the fuck they're doing. They just barely pass the MCATs, and now they have a practice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've been listening to a bunch of podcasts, and I'm going to struggle to remember whose it was on. Might have been Kyle Carlson's. That dude with the, like, broken leg or torn ACL where the doctor put a screw right through it.
Oh shit! Yeah, I was just listening to it. I think it was Dennis Anderson's. Unclicked.
Maybe I can't remember who the person on the
you're
show
wrong.
was.
It was I want to say Jason Watts.
Was it? It might have been.
It was definitely. Oh, maybe no, dude. That's going to bother me. I might be way off because I've been listening to so many. I go through like 1 to 2 a day, depending on how many times.
It's the brand new one.
Yeah. That's going to be tough to think about. And you're right. Do you listen? Have you ever listened to people talk? Because it's either the rollback or.
No, I've never listened to people talk.
I just kind of started listening to it, so I don't think it's that. It's probably.
No, what are you doing?
What just happened?
Come on, man.
Uh-oh. Ryder just messed up your thing. I lost you again.
No, we're good.
I'm good. All right, I'm here.
It went away from the speaker again, and it went to just earpiece talk.
Oh. I don't know. I've been doing the earpiece anyway, because every time it switches, it like goes dead, and I can't hear you for a second. So
Mine has
if that actually
glitched,
comes
like,
through, and I hope that
fly.
doesn't come through in the audio. If all the little glitches we both hear on our end come through on the audio, it's gonna sound so bad. And we've been talking for like 2 hours.
Yeah, but it's conveniently split over actually a few recordings now, which in some degree might seem annoying, but they've all been cut at a pretty convenient time, and we'll just see how it goes. I don't know.
Right.
Worst case, it sucks, and we don't do it like this again. Best case is it's tolerable, and I've got another semi-viable
Option,
means
right?
of doing this.
Man, the cloud hopping has just been unreal. I really feel like we took the cake in this podcast so far on cloud hopping topics and not talking about BMX at all. Even Matt doesn't even ride a bike, and he talked about riding more than this podcast has.
What's your favorite question you've ever been asked?
Ugh. Not that question.
I know. No, because I'm hinting at something that's a funny discussion, bike related, from a session we had at HCS.
Oh God, why do you have a memory like this, dude? Jesus.
Derek asked you.
Oh. What the fuck is a Schrage hop? Is that it? Is that it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Now you have to explain, though.
All right. Well, and you know what's really funny is I actually was listening to a podcast, and someone else has that nickname. It's like their name hop. Like that's like a crew thing apparently. I think it's actually a crew phenomenon whether somebody does that and it becomes like their name hop. But like it's a correction hop. Like you're going fakie and you're not going the direction you want to go, or you're losing your balance or whatever, so you either full like hop or just pick your back end up and swing it around so you can like roll out. But like I do it a lot, especially if I'm trying to go straight for like any distance because I suck. So I don't go straight. So I have to correct it all the time to keep it going the direction I want to go. So these guys, I don't remember exactly how it started other than the fact I do it all the time and it probably just organically happened. But started calling them Schrage hops. And I was trying some disaster on this garbage pile to fakie and kind of taking it a few times. And I finally landed. It was a little sloppy. Or no, it wasn't. I was like, the rollout was sloppy, but I didn't do any correction hops. So I was like, oh, no Schrage hops. And Derek was sitting there and, as you heard, asked me, what the fuck is a Schrage hop? And was not nearly as impressed with the answer as the rest of the story makes it build up. Like, but there's no real build up or finish here.
No, I think his answer was, oh.
Yeah. That's just what these dicks call a correction hop when I'm riding. Oh, okay, makes sense. It is pretty egregious. It's really unforgivable, actually. Just stop it. Just go forward.
I think that was your definition for it. It was a really egregious correction hop.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be. It's bad, and they are bad too. Because I mean, I just have no style. I really want to like get Parker into racing and start racing with him, so that like I can maybe develop some bike control and style. Because everyone I ever knew who looked good on a bike raced. Every single one. I've never seen anyone come up in the skate park, and I've seen them with bike control and look okay, but not with any style. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Really good at doing tricks.
Yeah.
I think it was Team Weed posted a meme just a couple of days ago, and it's someone stepping up like 4 stairs over a whole bunch of tricks. I'm gonna pull it up right now since I can. Maybe it wasn't them. Maybe.
You know what else we haven't touched on? Is the fact that I was taught by a bunch of right side left spinning riders. They all grinded right except for one and spin to the left except for one. And the one was the fucking goofy dude. So I wasn't going to copy his style when I was learning. So I ride goofy footed and spin the wrong way as well. Like I'm already shot right in the foot style wise there because I feel like it's almost fairly well documented and known that there's like almost no goofy footers out there who make riding look good. I saw one, I think, recently that actually didn't look bad, but didn't make it look good. It just didn't look bad. And because everyone knew he was goofy footed, it's like, oh, he made goofy look fucking riding look good. It's like, no, he just didn't make riding look bad by being goofy footed. There's a difference. But yeah, so I mean I had that going against me right from the get too when I was like trying to learn how to do tricks. Like I learned everything wrong to begin with. So now doing everything right feels entirely awkward and fucked up. I really should work more on that. Maybe that's what I should do. I just need to get back to basics, AV. I'm going to take... Oh, what do I do, though? What do I do? I'm going to take my right side pegs off. I'm going to go left pegs and go back to pedal grinds, except on the other side I didn't learn them on. The right side that I should have been doing them on. And I'm going to try and learn the opposite spins and keep doing my other shit and see if I get any better on a bicycle and learn how to race because I'm slow as fuck.
Okay, that was not Team Weed, so now I can't think who the heck it was.
Oh, great. Now you're shouting out Team
Piff
Weed
Dank.
unnecessarily. They don't need their fucking ego boosted.
Was it Piff Dank?
I was kidding. Those guys are awesome. I'd be stoked if those dudes listen. That wouldn't really surprise me, though.
Yeah, if only we knew who they were.
Yeah, if only. No one knows. It's a huge fucking mystery. The easiest to solve mystery of all time.
I don't know. People are still wondering.
Yeah, well, I'm not wondering. People were wondering about the FaceTime thing too, and then I guess James made it seem like he still sort of is wondering again now or something. It's like it was totally given away in the most obvious post ever. I don't know how that blew over to begin with.
Which one?
You know which one.
There's a whole bunch of them.
Well, the very first one that like gave it away, and I was like, oh, that didn't last very long, and then nothing happened. Like it literally didn't even make a blip on anyone's radar. I was like, what? Fucking dude couldn't detect his way out of a paper bag. He's no Sherlock Holmes, that's for sure. I'm telling you that much.
There's a whole bunch of pretty obvious ones, and there's a whole bunch of like, oh,
well, even now
so runs this. And you're
right.
like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But the reality is, maybe it's Tyler. Maybe he runs his own meme page just so he can tell girls that he has a meme page about him.
I like the idea of that, even if it's not true.
Yeah, I know. That's actually like the best possible way it could happen.
No, it's Tyler's mom. Or somebody. That would be funny. I'm trying to set him up with chicks. Although it would be kind of hard to get some of those pictures.
That would be hilarious if Tyler's mom ran his Tyler.
It's really all run by she runs the page, but the pictures are all sent in by contributors.
That might be the fact.
Oh,
Tyler's mom runs Face Tyler.
I mean, he does have a face only a mother could love. Ooh, not really. He's a handsome devil. He knows it. Oh, he's got a nice head of hair. I miss that. Except I never actually had a nice head of hair. I had hair. It was never nice.
Yeah, same.
I just buzz cut and wish that, like, to be honest, like, I sometimes am envious of you, AV, because like I have a beard because I don't like to shave, and I have a buzz cut because I have crappy hair, and it's the easiest haircut to maintain. Like, it's all about just comfort and ease, not about style at all.
Just totally being lazy.
Yeah, if I could just, well, my hair grows fast. It just grows in less places than it used to. So, like, I have to fucking get haircuts all the fucking time. It's expensive and obnoxious. It's really the long and short of it.
Yeah. Mine doesn't grow at all.
Right. I just wish I could shave it once and have it not grow back.
Although, I haven't had hair. It all fell out when I was in 6th grade.
That had to be weird.
Yeah, well, see, you were talking right at the very beginning of this about having to figure out, like, that you just don't care what other people think.
Yeah.
And I have a very similar situation to that, but it's based on that.
Right.
Because 6th grade is nothing but douchebag kids.
Yeah, it was pretty peak worst timing for that shit. I mean,
and you just have to come to terms with real quickly that you don't care what anyone says. And you're right in the sense that, like, you have to kind of come to terms with that for yourself, but it's never actually true.
Right.
Until you've just pushed it out so much that you actually don't care. And then
yeah, you get salty sailor syndrome.
All sorts of other problems.
Yeah. Well, yeah, just social issues for sure.
Yeah, because like everything, you're just like, I really don't care what you think. Like, style and everything goes out the window because you're just like,
yeah,
I'm not here to impress anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty true. That's why I still dress like I'm fucking 1994.
But if for whatever reason my hair were to grow back, I would pretty much feel obligated to do the worst, most ridiculous hairstyles ever.
Well, yeah, you have to have fun with it.
Step 1, grow it out and go mullet. And
is that step 1? See, I feel like you might actually like it, dude. Like, you gotta be careful with some of these. Like, I really feel like you should. There's more extreme hairstyles than the mullet. The mullet's iconic, but it's really. I mean, it's not that bad. It's pretty manageable. What about like Liberty spikes?
No,
like individually coned, like mohawk spikes, like you're in SLC Punk, like mohawk thing. That would be wild.
Not really into them though.
No, but it just, like I said, you just have to try the most ridiculous ones, right? Is that if that's the mission, the mullet cannot be the only one on the list. And if the mullet one's not the only one on the list, it's certainly one of the more comfortable ones on the list. So I mean, you can't do that one first.
Yeah, there's that one. There's
the Friar Tuck.
I guess you have to do like a full-on afro before you go mullet, since you grew it out.
Right.
No interest in dreads, because that's an awful lot of work for something I don't care about.
Lord. Yeah. And then you'd have to start smelling like patchouli and stuff, and nobody wants that. On the upside, you'd probably have to start smoking weed with me, too, so then we'd have one more thing in common.
Yeah, I don't really see that one happening. Although, I'm just going to throw this one out there, and you can think about whatever you want to think about and laugh about it, but it's recreationally legal where I'm at right now.
No way. Not here. It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be by the end. They said first quarter. I'm like, no, it'll probably be like third. But it's looking like it's not even going to happen at all now. It's like, fuck New York State, man. You wonder why everyone's leaving here in droves. Our weather sucks. You attack us to fucking death. You won't legalize weed. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, New York sucks.
I know. That's another one of my like crises right now. It's like, man, I'd really like to just get away from all of this. But then it's like, okay, well, then I'd be even further from my friends. I have no family to help me.
Come to Pittsburgh.
Dude, I really do want to, because it's like close enough that it's not that big a deal, but far enough that I would be gone.
It's far enough to be a change in your life.
Right, big change. It's definitely still on my radar. There's no reason at this point, like, other than Parker and like this drama, there's really nothing like holding me here. And obviously Parker's a big thing holding me here, but he wouldn't have to, like, he could come or whatever, you know what I mean? Depending on what, I have to kind of wait for this to all play out and run its course though. Like, I kind of have to.
Yeah, you can't just
yeah, I can't just kidnap. Yeah, like I still have, she still has parental rights. So like, I can't just leave. And like, I've come pretty close to convincing her in like some of the like worst times when I probably shouldn't have done that, but like almost convinced her to sign him away. But at the same time, like, dude, I love my kid. I love my son so much, but I am not like super cut out to be a fucking single parent. Like, and I didn't have a kid expecting this shit to happen. And I've definitely grown up a lot, and I've, you know, taken on responsibilities that or whatever and adjusted, and then things are working, and he's happy as fuck. Like, he doesn't, some of it's affecting him a little bit, but like for the most part, he doesn't know what's going on. He's only 2.5, and we, like, I kicked her out of the house and we split, so we didn't fight in front of him anymore, because we don't want that to, like, you know, he's such a happy kid. Like, that would just be heartbreaking to like see us like ruin him. So like, that's why we're split. But in the meantime, I don't know if like she's gonna get her shit back together or if she's gonna go off the deep end. If she goes off the deep end, I'll just move on with my life.
I'm just gonna
you know what I mean? Like, I'll move on with my life.
Carry on as you want, but just remember we're podcasting.
Yeah. Like, if you know, well, I don't want to get too many details, but I've already spit off a little bit more than I want to, I guess. But
yeah, you're already going more than you wanted to. That's why I'm just like
that's, I mean, it's just where I'm at. I guess it's a huge part of my life right now. It's hard not to talk about. You know what I mean? Without, like, I can't talk about why I'm not doing this or am doing that or feeling this way without at least touching on like the biggest factor on all of these topics.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So
I just wanted to make sure that you didn't just kind of run off somewhere you didn't want to.
Not really. I mean, a little, but I can't even help it. Like I said, I have no filter. My mouth just says what's thinking.
So, you need it to turn into something that someone listens that no one expects to listen. And
no, it's just it's basically the long and short of it. I guess it is if things turn out better and things kind of, you know, mellow out, then we can make like a decision. Maybe I'll move. Maybe we'll move. And you know, because she has nothing tying her down right now, obviously. Doesn't mean we'd be like together or anything, but we make a decision as joint parents, like. And if things don't go fucking positively, then eventually I'll just have to move on with my life and make decisions for us, the two of us, myself. And that'll be that. But it scares me, dude, because like I'm not the most, like, I don't do a good job taking care of myself when things are like not great. You know what I mean? It's hard, and I do everything I need to do for him, but like that just makes me neglect myself that much more because I have less time to just wallow.
You've only got so much energy to put in. When you're depressed, you only have so much energy, and if you give it all to him,
Oh yeah, I mean it has to though. Like, what are you gonna do? Not give it to him?
No, exactly.
So that's just where I'm at right now. Like I have little motivation, very little energy, and uh and when and a lot of times when I try and apply it, things like blow out because and I get it. We'll be like, oh, let's get together and do this, or let's go there, and like, okay, and I actually make it happen. Like I bust my ass for 2 days, fucking making sure I have a pickup for here, I have a drop off for there, I have someone watching me sleeping here this night, blah 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 blah. Get it all worked out, and then for 30 minutes, I'm leaving work or something on the way to go do this fun thing, and hadn't heard anything all day. Text it, and everyone's like, "Oh, like they all had like their own conversations. They aren't doing it because they can just go do it tomorrow." It's like, well, now I can't do it tomorrow because I called in every penny, every favor I had for tonight. So
Yeah.
So when that happens, that's discouraging, which just sends you further down the rabbit hole, and it's just whatever. I feel like that's been a reoccurring theme of this podcast, and we should talk about bikes for a few minutes before I go to bed because it's getting late.
I've been doing this like a super similar thing though with while I've been working on the house and everything. Everyone's always making their plans down here to ride. Well, down in Pittsburgh, but I'll be like, yeah. I can't do it tonight. I'll be out tomorrow for sure. And then, various reasons I can't make it. And it's been, I rode Saturday for the first time since the Rockies Jam. Which, like, probably you've ridden less than that, is my guess.
Yeah, I literally haven't even looked at my bike since the Rockies Jam. And I didn't get to run. I didn't even bring. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not even true.
I know you didn't even have.
I didn't look at my bike before the Rockies Jam either because I only brought Parker's bike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did a couple 180s on Cam's bike. That felt pretty good.
Yeah, you guys are getting to ride here and there, I suppose, but I don't know how much you're really connecting. Because
it's been like
technically working while you're in town, most days anyway.
Yeah, it's the days that like schedule's a little different now again too, so I'm not really sure how well that's even going to work out once he switches this new sales job. But the days where I was like getting out or just getting done with like my run early and just waiting to see if pickups came in on the days that I knew he was off, or I just text him because a lot of times it seemed like he had rotating days off, and every time I text him, he'd just be off. So we probably hooked up like 2 or 3 times, and we rode like in his driveway, went on like a little street mission or whatever, checked out some spots, went to that, we made that little, put the post or whatever at the bridge or the ditch spot.
Yeah.
One day we just hung out for like an hour and a half, and I helped him like design and build a shelf that apparently he still hasn't finished anymore of since I left. Apparently we'd have to go over there and help him finish the goddamn shelf too. Which actually came out pretty cool. It's going to be a cool show. But yeah, we don't really, it's only been 3, maybe 4 times we've hung out, I guess, since like, we just all haven't really hung out or talked a lot. This is what it is. Not much has changed other than the fact that like I just don't care.
I don't think I've talked to Cam for any real period of time since probably the Jam. And even that was like just so much going on that.
Yeah.
And I need to. Like he and I need to have a chat. And it just hasn't happened.
Yeah.
And it sucks. But
well, it's not
I don't know.
Doesn't suck as much as the chat's gonna suck.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
it might be easy at this point. I don't know.
And we'll see. To some degree, like.
Well, fuck. If he listens to this podcast at this point, he's gonna be texting you and be like, "Well, what conversation do we need to have?"
Well, no. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone, including him, that at the jam and around the jam, I was pretty not happy.
If it is, it fucking shouldn't be.
And there's a reason I haven't had a conversation, because I don't like to do things out of passion. I like to do things that are logical and well thought out.
I am the exact opposite.
So when we talk, it's going to be a serious discussion of like, here's what is really frustrating and annoying, and here's what needs to change, or
what's going to happen
we'll deal with it. But
the conversation's going to go really easy. Dude, I guarantee you the conversation's going to go really easy. You're going to lay out grievances. He may or may not give examples, or I doubt he even gets too defensive. I guarantee you, he just listens to what you say. He may apologize and even like admit like some guilt, because he's a pretty cool guy. Like he's kind of like me. Like me and Cam are more alike, I think. And so like I don't know, it's weird. Like the three of us are kind of a weird like group of friends. We're all very different, but like I have like my party fucking get in trouble side or whatever that I have a lot in common with like Cam, you know, and then I feel like I'm an intelligent person and we have a lot of like similar interests or whatever. So I have like that in common with you. Like we talk like, I mean, this podcast, I feel like is evidence. We can literally talk about anything for hours. So we have like this like weird triangle of like friendship, but it's like the differences are also kind of like, and the barrier, you know, we're fucking hours away from each other at this point. So it's not like we're all hanging out and like the little things don't matter anymore. They do. The little things matter now. We're not hanging out all the time. So like those little efforts and those little comments fucking weigh heavy, dude. And over time, like you don't get the benefit of the fucking doubt anymore. Like,
and you don't get to just chat it out and be done with it. So like if you can't think logically, like you can make really stupid calls too.
I don't know. We never really had it out. I feel like I said my piece. We never really had it out, but like I said what I need to say and nothing changed. So I either I just accept it and move on. It is what it is. Like I feel fucking shitty about it still, to be honest, I guess, but I don't really. I only now when I'm thinking about it during this conversation do I feel shitty about it. Like I don't think about it anymore. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. I do occasionally feel shitty about some of the things we talked about earlier online. Mostly because the one thing I'm sure you're thinking about, I did feel a little fucking thrown under the bus. Like it was all, I mean, I said the things I said, but I said them like what I thought was in confidence in a fucking angry, half drunken rant. Like I don't even drink anymore, especially with all this personal drama. Like I don't drink anymore. I didn't drink much before because she was a teacher. Like I couldn't risk her getting in trouble. So like I don't drink much. And I was drinking. You're all drinking, fucking getting, you know, goofy on the game or whatever. And I got angry about something, fucking said some shit. I feel like it should have just been taken as like. I
wasn't talking about anything in particular.
I feel like this I probably got too specific with this one too, considering our audience. But that is, again, I guess it is what it is. Like, I feel bad about all of that for sure. And if I could go back, I would definitely have not like said those things because I didn't mean those things that I said.
Well, it's sometimes like just pride takes over too, and you'll defend things that you say when you didn't mean them or something, and
Yeah, I guess. But that wasn't
spiral.
even the case. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
the only reason why I was upset during the whole scenario is just because I felt like what was said probably should have just been taken for what it was and ignored. And that would have been that.
Yeah, that's possible. But again, it
I
is
get
what
the other point of view as well. I did get what he was coming from. I just don't agree.
I had something about riding that I was going to bring up, and now it just like totally slipped my mind.
Well, dude, I've already fucking ruined two of these conversations so far for myself by just throwing myself under the fucking bus. So I'm going to do it a third time and ask about possible outcoming new product.
Okay.
I've heard rumors from two people.
Well, if you want to hear about real things or ideas.
Well, let's go real first. I want to
Okay.
say what's actually going to happen here.
Let's see. Real things. I got a text yesterday that the next batch of pegs is done and they're ready for me to pick up.
That's fucking sweet.
Because I don't know how much you...
That was a faster turnaround than fucking last time.
I don't know how much you were paying attention to, like, the jam day, but we sold...
Yeah.
Nearly
we
out
talked
of
about
pegs.
it. Yeah, we talked about it. It was like the best day ever.
So, I actually...
Actually, no.
I apologize to Mitch Curley right now because he ordered pegs off the site, and I didn't ship them for like 2 weeks because I was hoping to get the new batch and just give him some freshies, even though the other ones were...
Yeah, you're right.
But I was down to 5 pair.
That's awesome.
So,
That's really good. I mean, that's the whole point. It's like, dude, that's so fucking reassuring.
Draining the supply. I'm like, dude, you're a paying customer. Who else am I going to give these to?
Yeah.
Like, you can't apologize for being a paying customer. That's not fair.
No. No, but it's kind of reassuring, and it feels like, I don't know. The whole thing's really weird to talk about. And to put in the context, the reason why I don't know what's going on with everything with GrindWorks is because, while yes, I did do a lot of help with design work and ideas, and we bounced everything off of the three of us co-founded it. It's pretty much AV these days and has been for a few years. Anyway,
I mean,
probably at this point, at least a third, if not half the life of GrindWorks. It's pretty much been AV doing almost everything.
Yeah, I was going to say just, probably from the point that I moved to Pittsburgh.
And I think for anybody new
and ran with it.
And really, since you ran with it, I would say the majority of customers since that date don't think of it as anything other than that.
That's possible. But I also do a mediocre job of branding it that way, too. Like, I try to, at least at this point, anything I do that could be cool or catch on, I try to brand as GrindWorks because it's only going to benefit the other stuff that I'm doing as GrindWorks.
Right.
And there's an upside to that too, or a downside, because like some stuff just isn't relevant, and sometimes it just annoys people when you're like, this is not what I want to be seeing.
Yeah, I would say you've kept it pretty grounded though. Like everything is pretty relatable. You know what I mean? The number of people who, let's say if you're keeping everything BMX related, because GrindWorks is a BMX company.
Or loosely, that's,
yeah.
Like, I think I say it right in the description of the podcast. Is that it's loosely based on BMX, but
right. Well, that's what I mean. But let's just say let's say the podcast is not based on BMX at all. Let's say it's a fucking cooking channel. It's still a podcast, you know what I mean? And a lot of BMXers listen to podcasts. They don't have to be fucking. I bet you a lot of them listen to Joe Rogan. He didn't probably talk about fucking BMX very often.
Yeah.
So, and the same with like streaming the video games. You're not always streaming bike, or piped or whatever, but you're streaming and playing video games. A lot of BMXers play video games. Sometimes you are streaming a BMX game. Like it's all very connected.
Well, I might catch someone playing PUBG that they're like, BMX. If they're just browsing channels on Mixer or something, they'll go, huh, BMX. And then they'll be like, what is this GrindWorks thing? And, maybe you get someone that's super down and core with BMX and they...
Yeah, and now you have a video game friend.
There's someone, I can never remember their name, and it kind of sucks, but the one dude that hangs out on that Skater Eric's channel lives one exit down the road from me.
That's fucking wild.
Right? And he's always talking about going fishing, like right there. And I'm like, I know exactly where you're at.
That's funny.
So yeah, it's just kind of like interesting relationships and stuff, but I don't know. It's just a community, and then we could even touch into this, like the crew versus company thing. It's just like the longer it goes, the more apparent it's just a crew it becomes. It's like, most crews make t-shirts and stuff. We make pegs.
Right.
We're still not really a company, and we probably never really have been.
I would say we started with the intention of becoming a legitimate company, and then due to like I almost immediately came into financial issues and like lost a job or whatever. Once this happened,
we all know my stance on it was never my intention.
Well, you never wanted to get any bigger than you could control without affecting like the rest of your life and your job and stuff, which makes that's just a responsible decision, right off the get. But that doesn't necessarily mean it couldn't have grown. You know what I mean? Like,
it still could.
Yeah, and exactly, it still could. But but the crew things, it almost doesn't matter, really. There's so many crews that like, oh my god, like I don't even know, dude. Like, what about Little Devil? They were a huge legitimate company in their heyday. What about now? Like, they're coming out with stuff. Is he still under like the same like tax ID? Yeah, is it like are all the riders like they're not probably like, I mean, it probably flows on like a couple t-shirts, so they're not like getting paid to go on trips and stuff anymore. So is it just a crew now?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. What's the difference?
You can get really big or really small in either. You know what I mean? Like, there's companies out there who I've barely heard of that are huge in certain areas of the world or whatever, but I've barely heard of them. Like, they're not like big in every market. So like they're a legitimate business, but like how big are they in BMX? Like making an impact, minimal. Mm-hmm. But then there's crews that like put out DVDs that will just be like groundbreaking. None of the guys are sponsored; they're just sending it for the love and putting out this work. You know what I mean? And they make this huge impact and make a couple of T-shirts with like some basic design that everyone buys and wears. And they had like a way bigger impact, I would say. In some cases, like I would say, crews make bigger impact than some of these like smaller companies.
I think they do, and that's where I was gonna say. I think the shift really happened when we started getting into doing events and realizing just collectively that like we're in a position to influence a lot of people, and it's kind of our obligation as like the older dudes to make cool stuff happen, even if it costs us money.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much the long and short of it.
I think that's like the most fair way of saying, like, and committing to being, like, we are definitely a crew. And that's, I know I've talked about this on here a bunch of times, so you've heard it before too, and anyone listening's heard it, unless this is your first episode. But, like, that imprimatur cruise survey, there was a legitimate discussion back and forth between him and I, because he's like, look I didn't envision a crew having real products. Like, if you're selling hard goods, it's hard to justify being a crew. And I said, we're not doing that just, like, that's not the point of what we're doing. There's plenty of people that I would consider a part of our crew that don't ride our pegs at all.
Well, what about
some of them never have?
Well, and some
of them don't even run pegs.
I would say that almost proves we're not a business right off the get. Our product was something no one was gonna buy. Except for fucking, oh god,
super niche dudes.
Yeah, like it was we made them because like they're the fucking best peg ever. Like, and yes, they are a little heavy, but they're not. Oh, man. I mean, we've talked about that too. Like,
take the change out of your pocket,
right?
If it's bothering you.
Yeah, like I'm overweight. I could just go like run for a couple weeks and lose 20 pounds, and the whole bike's lighter than it was with fucking 2 sets of pegs on it. Like,
do push-ups and sit-ups for 2 weeks.
Right, like it's so you're a little stronger. You can lift your bike, but the point was it wasn't even that they had to be the best peg ever made, or that they were the best peg we could envision. Like, really, once you learn about the material and we tested them and whatever, like the streetlights are also a really fucking good peg. I feel like somewhere in the middle probably is the best peg.
Yeah.
But the point is there was so much crap on the fucking market, and we're like, well, what do we use? Like, what would we like to have, like, really good? What's something that we like could design and manufacture realistically, in the States? Landed on pegs, and I'm not 100% on these dates, on when things came out and when products were originally designed and stuff. So I could be off base, and I remember we all talked about it. We came out with our pegs, and a couple other big companies came out with fucking really similar products, just still lighter. Still like even with the materials probably too light or whatever. And anyway, they came out with really similar products like right afterwards. And there was one that the timeline was like really fucked, because I just remember we talked about it. And there's a couple other ones that were close enough that they could have just been a real big coincidence. And it was just maybe everyone in the industry was just thinking the same shit at the same time. So I could just be complete like an asshole right now, but I just remember it seeming like it all kind of happened similarly, but like we had ours before theirs was being sold.
we did, because so that you could still get like the Odyssey GI pegs at that point, or the JPEGs.
Yeah, that's what I was writing.
They were not easy to come by, but like I'm gonna say this in air quotes, but the golden standard at that time for a metal peg was and might still be Shadow Little Ones. But no one was running them. Everyone was on plastic.
Yeah.
Because they had made pegs so bad that plastic was a better option. And don't get me wrong, anyone that's riding plastic pegs. If you are at a park that does not allow pegs or allow metal pegs, they're a great option. If you ride pool coping, they're not a fun option, but they're a great option. If you've got a bunch of stainless or aluminum rails in your town, I get it. But if you're running them as your regular pegs routing street, you're not having the most fun that you could. Just fact. Anyway, so kind of timeline wise, September 29th, 2013 was the Animal Jam at the Bethlehem Skate Plaza. Like the Butcher's Block
I remember.
and Animal Jam. And I folded my leg in half.
Yeah, I was filming you.
And I had surgery. And about a week later, there was discussion in the hospital about, well, what are we going to do for the next couple months? And my joke was, what am I going to do? Like, you guys can still go ride. But about a week later, after I had gotten home from the hospital and everything, you guys came up and we formalized an idea. And that idea was Project Staple.
Which I still think we need to make a red staple wax. Oh my God, I shouldn't have said that. If anyone listening to this podcast fucking steals my red stapler wax idea, I will end you.
Anyway, Project Staple was kind of like a quick code name while we figured out what we actually wanted to call it. And I wonder if I still have the list somewhere of all the different names that we came up with.
Oh my God, I hope not.
Because there were a handful of really good ones in there. And there were a handful of really bad ones in there. But
if I'm being really honest, I still feel on the fence.
Of GrindWorks.
Oh yeah, but it's just been so long. I can't imagine it being anything else.
No, it's because it's actually a really good one. It's just like here's what's bad about it is how
on the nose
limiting it is. And it makes people think we don't like them straight out of the gate. Like, oh, I don't run pegs, so I can't be involved with GrindWorks. It's like, well, who said that? Like, we like people that do cool things. If you do cool things, we're probably cool with you.
Yeah, we just happen to make pegs, and that's the name we landed on.
Pretty much. Like, it doesn't mean anything. And I think it's the combination of the name and pegs, and then everyone just thinks that we're excluding anyone else, which is
I guess I kind of get that. We certainly didn't think about that when we came up with the name, or we would have came up with a different name.
Pretty much.
The other thing, my favorite part about it actually is the works part.
Okay, I have our list of names.
Oh my God, no you don't.
I do. All right, so obviously we had Staple. That was the front runner for quite a while. We have Essential, because we were trying to find words similar to Staple. Primitive. Expired, which I kind of like, but it's like, I'm really glad we didn't go with those.
It just makes you think of bad milk.
Pop BMX would be dumb. broken.
Yeah, that's
GrindWorks.
just
Like,
that's the whole list.
that's the whole list, and we definitely picked the good option.
Yeah, that's definitely the best. I don't know, man. I still like Staple. Primitive. I don't remember Primitive. I don't hate that, but like I feel like that's a whole like thing we would have had to like go with. I don't know. Like Mankind, you remember that company?
Yeah.
I feel like we would have had to go like that direction. I feel like that's the other problem. We tried too hard to come with like a direction, and then our original designs didn't even really portray anything that we were originally fucking gonna go for, like our design wise or whatever, blah 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 that we like talked about. Trying to sound all smart and knowledgeable. I honestly like just fucking doing whatever's cool.
You know that on our original notes from when we sat down on October 9th, 2013, that you were in charge of making the wax.
Oh really? Yeah. You know how many batches of wax I made, everybody?
None.
I don't even. I don't even think I know that's no. It might be true. I don't think I even never touched an unmelted bar of wax.
But yeah, that was assigned to you. That and stickers.
Oh, you know how many batches of stickers I made, everyone? None. And if it hasn't become apparent why I am not a driving member behind GrindWorks currently, it should be now.
You didn't follow through with anything at the beginning.
Dude, I fucking went broke. I lost my fucking job. You dick.
All right, well,
and since then,
that
all my money has gone into legal
fault.
entanglements.
Sam's fault that we're a crew, not a company.
It might be. if I've been able to hold up my end,
made the red stapler wax.
Dude, that's huge. Someone's gonna steal that idea. And I don't. And now that I blew all my money on all this legal bills and stuff, dude, like I won't have enough money to hire someone to kill that person. So, and like I can't do it myself because I'll get caught. Like CSI will get me, and then my son will have no parents.
We can probably do that with a
kill somebody?
That wax. You just get a stapler.
Yeah, fill in like the holes.
Make the Teflon mold, or not Teflon, but what the heck is that stuff called? Why can't I think of it offhand? It's just a flexible rubber mold.
Oh, silicone.
Yeah, silicone. There we go. Yeah, just put silicone around the red stapler. You just fill it in the middle so that it's a little bit connected so it doesn't break. I could probably do that in like no time.
It would be pretty easy. And I just think it's a cool idea. Plus, I mean, it's a good shape for a bar of wax to begin with.
No, I think actually what we were supposed to do is Jersey barrier shaped wax.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that. And then we spent way too long discussing the fucking dimensions of all the different kinds of goddamn Jersey barriers that are actually in existence, and then seeing which ones were more feasible for a shape of wax, and then we never even did it. You know what's even lamer is I actually think I made molds. I think I actually did make molds for those, though. That was the first. I actually did start something with the wax when I was in charge of it. I fucking made molds to those fucking stupid dimensions that we came up with, and then I don't know what happened after that. But I did. I remember making molds for those because I like built them out of something. I don't remember what the fuck. How the fuck did I make them? Honestly, I think I had something like that was like half the mold already. It was like a perfect shape, and then I just like put something. I don't even remember what I did. I really don't remember, but I remember building some of these molds or working on them. And I remember we like really discussed a lot of intricate detail about Jersey barriers, and ultimately they never got done.
That drawing of the Jersey barrier, the one that you're referring to,
Yeah.
is the drawing that I sent to Brant. I sent it out of my GrindWorks folder when he was doing his Everything's a Quarter Pipe shirt.
Oh, really? He used that file?
Yeah.
That's funny.
You never even got business cards because I think when we were printing them is when you never threw money. It's right when you lost your job.
Yeah.
And we were like, I'm not fronting this for you. We don't even have the money right now. We were buying pegs.
Right. No, it would have been cool. It definitely would have been cool to have business cards with my name on it. But I mean, realistically, if I wanted just GrindWorks business cards with my name on it, any random person can go get fucking GrindWorks business cards with their name on it.
Remember how adamant I was about keeping it super construction themed?
Yes.
Like
Well,
a douche?
I feel like I was pretty on board with that because like just the area that we were from, like even Pittsburgh, like Pittsburgh and Binghamton were like industrial areas, like we're blue collar like families, like so we just thought that was like kind of a theme that we could like run with that like would resonate with people or something. And
Dude, you know what I need to do?
huh.
Do you remember how many different fonts we went back and forth with between you, me, and Cam?
How
I
many
need to
what?
just fonts.
Oh Jesus.
I have every one of them that we had passed back and forth. I have every one of these logos.
Dude, there's so many bad ones.
You're telling me. Wait till you see some of them again.
Oh my god. Are you sending these to me?
I can, or I can just post them when I put this up.
Oh no. Yeah, do it.
Oh, there is one that is just like.
Honestly, once everything kind of just like it was like clear that at least for the time being, like things weren't gonna.
No, I am sending you this one right now. I'm pretty sure this was a Cam one, but dear Lord, this one is bad. Oh, come on. All right, take a look at this phenomenal piece of artwork.
Am I gonna be able to look at it on my phone while talking to you at the same time?
And maybe it might break it.
Oh no, I'm scared.
Some, some of these aren't all that bad. Some of them are actually pretty likable. Not that one. That one is slippery when waxed.
Yeah, like little fucking guy ice picked on the side. I'm not sure that actually even was me. Maybe that was me because I had a really similar.
No, I think
fucking.
it was Cam because he was doing it on paint while he was at work at the bike shop.
All right, if it was Cam, then the bike part was definitely me because I used a really similar one on. Remember, I tried like he was like manually across like. I took like a picture of the Binghamton fucking skyline, quote unquote, and then there was like I black and whited it or something, so it was just like the shapes, and tried to have him look like he was like ice picking the shapes as like an image. I think it's the exact same little biker dude that they used for that.
There's another slippery when waxed along a peg.
Also, I didn't create these images. I
This one is
stole
not
all of
the
them.
absolute worst.
Yeah.
But it's not good either.
We didn't do anything with them, though, so it doesn't count. I don't think it's illegal if we don't actually sell them, right?
No, I can see like some of these. If we posted some of them, people will be like, I kind of like that. That's too bad because it's not good. I actually really like this one I just sent you. Oh, I didn't hit send. Okay. So I sent you the other slippery one waxed, and then I sent you the one I've always really liked.
Oh, the scribble, the outline scribble font.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because that's not a font. I actually did that.
Yeah, I like that too.
I might do something with that one next time I do stickers, but
Why the hell not?
yeah, what other fun GrindWorks stuff do we have just kicking in this folder here?
What? Sorry, I lost you when I was switching back to the app.
I said, what other fun GrindWorks stuff do we have just kicking in this folder here?
Dude, there was quite actually. You know what? We actually would have had a bunch of fun stuff that been pretty cool to like unveil, but then you made all those stickers and pretty much purged most of the decently cool stuff.
Well, yeah, but I mean that was good. We really needed to do something different.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I was stoked that they got used.
All right.
I was
so
like,
back,
but I mean,
back to,
and to be honest with you, like the Carhartt design or whatever that I fucking slaved over and was like, I just got way too deep into that. That's like half the problem with design these, like any design. Like unless you're just like naturally gifted at just like envisioning something and making it happen, like you try and you're not that good at it, so you have to like work on it real hard to begin with, and then you get like tunnel visioned or whatever. You know what I mean? So like you're not like I don't know. You need to apply perspective, and like with the three of us, like that can be like a point of contention to a point sometimes. But that was like nice to be able to bounce all the ideas off of because there would have been a lot more crap if it had been any one of us just putting stuff out.
well, and yes and no. It also sometimes like when you work on a design like that and it's like relatively simple, but you've put a lot of time into it, you have your blinders on to it not being good too.
And I think that happened with our main logo, like, and honestly, like you especially, I feel like hated on that, like just the PAG logo, like not hated necessarily, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't know if you're like the biggest fan of that logo, and I mean, the three of us, like that logo, I feel like culminates like the hardest amount of work we put into like anything in this company, and I mean that collectively, you know what I mean, bouncing ideas and how long we worked on it and whatever, and I've never not liked it. And you kind of got me thinking that maybe it wasn't really the greatest idea. And it doesn't necessarily fit always when you're like looking with other like logos and company like on like the flyer. But again, the more I see it, and I've heard from other people, they're like, no, dude, I love the fucking GW. I'm like, oh, well, you noticed that was a GW. I guess we didn't fail there.
No, I think it's just I think it's taken a lot of people some time to get used to it. And you know what? Screw it. Who cares what people think? People either love it or hate it. But either way, it's 6 years deep now, and it's pretty well known and established. Like,
Right.
that's our logo.
Yeah.
And we can switch it. And, like, quite honestly, that like round banner logo that
Oh, I really like that.
that Cam did and I tweaked.
Yeah.
I've had that on a couple of flyers now just to see how it's taken.
Yeah. It
And, like,
looks
it
it
looks
looks
really
better.
good on the flyer,
Yeah.
but we receive less feedback with that banner logo.
Hmm.
So like it doesn't work well for us is what I'm kind of getting out of it.
Yeah.
And that's
I
kind
do
of
think we could do more with that design though, even if it was like patches or stickers or something. Like I do like that design a lot. And
Yeah.
you know, only thing I actually feel like I would tweak about the logo is I would take the written grindworks off of the peg and just put our Boston Traffic name, like leave the peg at its angle and then leave Boston Traffic straight at the bottom of it with
Yeah,
our
and
name.
get it off the bottom. I
Yep.
agree with that. I've wanted to do that and then I haven't done that.
I feel like it would just cleans it up. It makes it easy to read. Our logo's still there, but that kind of rebrands it, just makes it just like you don't have to look for the grindworks of the GW if you're someone who's never seen it before. It's just, it's easy to fucking read, but our logo's still there. And it probably would make the G and the W pop that much more for anyone who hadn't noticed it, which apparently is not as hard to notice as maybe I've started to believe. And the fact that we only make pegs, like, it just seems appropriate. Like, again, it's really on the nose, but I don't know, man. Like, maybe if, like, the whole just being a crew thing kind of frees you up. Like, we don't have to fucking try so hard to have a fucking art direction stand out in a market, or, whatever, have a shtick or make only things in this style or whatever. Like,
No, we just do what's cool.
yeah, you have a
We
funny
still
idea. If it's a good
do-
idea, and we can do it, let's do it. If the other part of the product thing, you talked about what is going on. We never talked about what ideas and possibilities of what's going on.
Yeah.
um,
So I've talked to on the podcast, obviously, Mitch, and I still would like to at least come up with a design for a sprocket and see what it's going to cost and if it's feasible to do it. So there's still a possibility for some sort of GrindWorks sprocket in the future here. I would also really like to do bar ends. I've always wanted to do bar ends. And then been pretty good buddies with Cody, who's also the bar end guy. And I've always just kind of held it back and not done anything with it. Like, no
yeah.
need to be working against each other when we're just friends doing cool stuff. But at the same time, friends doing cool stuff appreciate friends doing cool stuff, even if it is a little bit of a bite.
Well, and technically, isn't he even on hiatus right now?
Well, yes, but I know that he was talking with Mitch also to have Mitch make him bar ends.
All right.
So I don't know what the
All right.
I don't know what the status of any of that is. But
Well, at the same time, like, if we have other plans or other aspirations to do a different product and we can make that work, we wouldn't necessarily have to step on toes and just run his barns. Although, I mean, it's always just so cool to come up with your own plan. Oh, are you losing me again?
No, I think we're good.
No, it's always cool to just, like, that was what was cool about GrindWorks to begin with. It's like you came up with a plan. It was something, I feel like a lot of people want to do. And whether or not we really succeeded in what our original goal was, like, we did what we wanted to do. And, you're still doing it. And there's possibilities for us to, like, pick it back up and do more with it or grow it, or, to a certain extent, or do some more cool shit. But it's always just cool to come up with a design. Like, okay, well, what's the fucking peg that we can make that's just bulletproof? And we came up with a paper, on, ideas. We wrote it down, came up with fucking some dimensions and shit, found a good place to make them. Bam. Now we have what we thought about and talked about. So it's cool to do that with anything, like see a t-shirt that you guys were like, we were drawing or fucking around with on the computer. Now I'm wearing it. Like, I've worn this shirt so much, there's fucking holes. I have, like, one of the original GrindWorks, the PEG logo t-shirts on right now, actually. And there's so many holes and stains, and it's a work shirt now. But it's just cool to, like, every time you look down, it's like, oh, cool. At least, I mean, we fucking worked hard on that, and I'm still wearing this thing. It exists. So, like, to have bar ends that, like, you design and then run them, that's cooler than, technically, I mean, it would be cooler for you. You know what I mean? Like, that's a personal, like, accomplishment to run, like, my own stuff and even, like, a friend's stuff is also cool. But, like, I want to make something that's cool too. I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of a weird thing. But the sprocket, oh man, that's the other thing. Like, how are you going to design it? Is it going to be like just like engraving, actual cutouts? Because, I mean, I would say
I'm an engraving guy.
I was going to say I'm a huge fan of the Tables and Fables sprocket. I think a lot of us are. It was a good one.
You anodize a blank and then you put it back on the machine for engraving so that you get the nice clean lines.
Yeah, that's cool. That is a cool way to do it. at the same time, I
That's
will
like
say,
the classic FBM one, that like super old one.
stuff, right? So, like, I mean, if it wasn't a good sprocket, my shit would be destroyed. And that fucking tree sprocket that I run is a lot of cutouts. And then even the beams are I-beams, so they're cut out on the inside of those. And it's still, I mean, I've talked to a few people who agree it's like the strongest sprocket that ever existed ever. So, like, how beefy does it actually have to be fucking good? Because that thing is not beefy looking, but it's the best sprocket I've ever ridden, hands down. I mean, I'm the third person who was on it, so it's fucking old, and I've been on it for 7 to 8, whatever years now, 7 years at least.
Yeah.
And I do a lot of sprocket chunks, like every time I'm on my bike, and it just keeps running. And then last time I tried it because Derek made me a guard. So not only is it a lot of cutouts and looks not beefy, there's holes drilled into it in the beefiest parts for the sprocket guard. And when I took it back to him, like, can you make me a new guard for? He's like, dude, like, I don't know, man. Like, there's no way this thing's going to be in good a shape. And when he gave me back with a new guard on it, he had to like make a point to talk about how perfect the sprocket still was. Like, the teeth haven't even worn in, really.
I mean, Tree made good sprockets.
The material and however they hardened it or whatever, like that shit was perfect. So I mean, like, I don't know. So if is that it? Like, is it just like our pegs? Is that what the deal with the sprocket is? Like, is it just materials and manufacturing? Is that what makes the sprocket good? Not the design and the cutouts and like, oh, it needs to be this shape because it needs a load bearing here and blah blah blah. Is it really just make it make sense and then make it fucking out of good stuff?
There's a combination of both. I mean, you can make it. You can basically design it to fail, or you can design it to look cool and it's not going to last. That sprocket you're talking about, they designed to last.
Oh man.
And like, it just so happens to look cool, but it
looks okay.
Super thick. It had to be super thick to make the I-beam shapes.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I love that thing. Honestly, I would probably run in tables and Fable sprocket, but then I'd make a spline drive, and fuck me, dude. Like, I don't think I can go back. Like, I know things are different now, but I just remember how often my fucking crank bolt would come loose, and that thing would strip out so easy. It was the shittiest fucking bolt of all time. Always have to just go to hardware and get like an actual bolt and use a wrench instead of an Allen bolt.
Well, to be fair, that's what I still do. Is I don't. Well, no, right now.
Dude, go spline drive, man. I'm telling you.
No.
You'll love it. You will love it. It looks better. It works better.
You can't even see it.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. It is noticeable.
No.
Yes, it is.
I don't like it.
Why? You just don't want to change, you grumpy old bastard.
No, because so obviously you only have this issue on one side anyway, normally. So you have it on both, which probably actually evens everything out. But the sprocket gives your crank arm extra stability too on that side. They work together for stability. So you get a little bit less flex when you've got.
I mean, offside still not going to, and you're not going to replace one crank arm
that's
really
what I'm
anyway.
saying.
It's fucking like whatever.
You're still going to just blow out the non-drive side crank arm.
Yeah. I would say that. I mean, your point may be valid, but it's also kind of moot.
Well, yeah, it's a poopy point because it only affects one side.
Right. And
I'm gonna
and
start
con-
running
and
dual
but
sprocket.
conversely though, like it also would be putting extra stress, like a side load stress or whatever, on your sprocket over time.
Yep.
That's gonna like maybe that's why my sprocket still runs strong because I don't have a fucking crank bolt in it.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, it's the way. If anyone listening to this podcast hasn't tried fucking spline drive, I'm as old and mid school loving as the next guy, and I'll tell you, go spline drive. It's the best.
Well,
Also,
then you're not going to be
oh my
running a
god,
GrindWorks sprocket.
dude, we're designing it with inserts, Andy.
No, I don't. I don't even put a spacer in it. They're going to be made to size.
Oh my god, I need new cranks anyway. They mine are so, dude, they're so whooped. Oh my god, they're so bad.
All right, so other new products.
Jams. I mean,
what?
yeah, new events. I know we've discussed a couple, but we haven't ironed it out, so I don't think we should actually drop anything like that right now.
No, we have not talked about any of that stuff beyond your initial idea. But there's a DVD that we've been all kind of on and off filming for a couple of years.
Yeah.
That the intention is to have done this year.
I mean, I've been off filming. I don't even know if I doubt even have enough film for a fucking full part.
Well, here's the problem in general, and I'm going to speak in super generalities here, but a large majority of the people that we originally talked to for working on this project don't even ride anymore. It's just the way it is. And there's kind of this like ongoing, I've got clips from so many different people that I know I can finish this video. It's just how much of it is just mix and friends.
Right.
Or how much of it is a full section from a dude that hasn't touched a bike in 3 years. And like, whether that person rides or not still, if they don't ride anymore, I don't think they get a full section, period. I don't see why that would make any sense.
I don't know, man. Like that, I feel like this is a discussion we can't have on the podcast, but I would say, as a generality, it would depend, like, what the circumstances of why they don't ride. Like, I mean, for me, I don't really think of myself as not riding. Like, I don't really ride very much anymore, but
You're not the person I'm talking about.
I know I'm not, but like maybe that's how they feel. I don't really know I don't know exactly what you're talking about. That's why I don't think we can really have this full conversation right now. But I would say it depends on the situation, on like, maybe if they want to be riding, they can't be riding, and like that's not fair. Especially if they fucking put in work for this project. Like if they
conscious decision to no longer ride.
Was it for a good reason?
Because they're into something else now.
That's not a good reason. I don't know. I mean,
and coming out and outright saying that they're just not into it anymore.
Oh, so they don't even care? Like, you don't even think that, like, okay, well, what about this? Like,
no,
if the part came out and they had a part and it was well received,
them up for the short term.
Would that get them back on the bike?
Maybe for the short term, like just a little while, 1 or 2 sessions until it's. Oh man. So I don't know. I mean.
Yeah, like I feel like I'm just out of the loop on a lot of this because I've heard you say that a couple of times. Like, so many people like don't even ride, and I'm like, I can't really think of anyone who we would have talked to who doesn't ride. Like, everyone rides more than I do, and I think I ride.
So we have our private group for filming the video, Operation Lopsided Baloney Roll.
Oh man, I I probably have that muted and haven't gotten any of the notifications or looked at any of the conversations in that sense. Like we originally made that group.
And looking at it right now, I removed everyone that stopped. Well, almost everyone. But there was a whole different crew in here. So we had come up with a whole group that decided that they were going to participate in this video project. And
So much of this. Can you hear me?
yeah.
I moved my phone, so it did that stupid thing where I cut you out again. But
so, all right, here's what's happening with that, okay?
Yeah.
If you cover up over your earpiece and it goes dark like it's near your ear, it goes to earpiece mode.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's creepy. That's looking into my brain. Whatever.
But yeah,
I don't know.
we invited a bunch of people into this group, and then a lot of them stopped, and we came up with a second list of people to participate in the video. And now some of them are not riding anymore. And like, granted, it's taken some time, but any good project does. And then we've all had pretty substantial life changes, and it just kind of is what it is.
I feel like as disappointing as it is, because I think a lot of people, maybe not a lot, but a few of us definitely kind of went in a little bit on the parts, especially at first, and then like had some, fucking resurgence where we go back out and fucking get some shit again, whatever. And I would say the vast majority wasn't super groundbreaking, but like I personally did a bunch of shit I'd never done before, and some of the shits took like 2 days and a fucking 150 tries literally to get. So I was like, it's nothing new. It's not really that clean, but I'm fucking worked hard on it. I was stoked. So like, I really wanted to actually put out a full part of stuff that like probably no one else would be stoked on, but like that I could be stoked on. And like, if everyone in the video had done that, like, and we got it out, I'd have been so happy, no matter how well or fucking much we got made fun of or whatever. Like, it just would have been so cool. And I feel like that's kind of already just not a possibility for almost anyone who's going to be in the video, including you, because you have so much fucking footage. You could have 3 video parts in this video.
Possibly. Well, that's where I'm actually, based on how like weird the whole filming process has gotten, I'm really leaning towards my least favorite way of editing a video, which is a mix section, like a nonstop mix.
Yeah, it's a mixtape.
Yeah. And here's why I hate that, because it makes it so that you can't just upload each person's section later.
Right.
And let that person go, I did this.
Yeah.
So it kind of like, I feel like it sells short what everyone worked for to just throw it in a mixtape, where, like, not that there's a problem with us all having a split section like that, but I just feel like it's not cool if you want to show your family what you did.
Right.
Your family doesn't have the attention span to be like, who's that? Who's that? Is that you? That's not you. Is it?
Yeah. Oh
wow,
my God, you can do that? No, that's not me.
Yeah. And you're just like, this is
right.
25 minutes. And collectively, I've got a total of about 3 minutes in this 25-minute video that they need to watch now.
I feel like this conversation, like, definitely needs to have an answer to it, like, soon. Because it can't go on much longer. At some point, like, it's going to be completely irrelevant to all of us. Like, none of us will care at all anymore.
This one up and start a new project. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. And I like your new project because it's fucking just easier. Kind of.
Well, yeah, but we also have to all work at the same pace on something.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, there was a period of time there where I was riding every single day with Tyler and Brad and Alex and anyone else in this area, and we were just filming clips. And anytime anyone came into town, they crashed at my place, and we went out and we filmed clips. And I know that I can put out numerous parts right now, and they're all going to be pretty decent. Maybe not all my best riding I've ever done, but
yeah, like that. Like, but with as much as you have, you can definitely put out a good part, like one good part.
And it's going to be the stuff I've been into lately.
And then that gives you a bunch of stuff just to put out as content. Like once you've decided what of all that stuff is good and feels like a part, like the rest is like a ton of good content. Like you worked hard on it and it's good stuff, but it wasn't like what made you, it was laid on the cutting room floor. Here we go. Here's some fucking teaser stuff. This didn't make it.
Yeah.
But like for me, like I completely 100% agree that video parts would be the way to go. It's just everyone's kind of, I don't know, like other than like road fools, like I feel like the video part style is just kind of like the coolest way to do it. I've seen a couple of videos that weren't shot that way, and I still really enjoyed like some of the ride videos, like through the lens.
Tape, mosh, so freestyle.
Yeah, like there's not you can get away with it, and it's fine. But like I didn't know who any of those people were. It didn't mean anything to me, So I feel like that has a huge factor to it. But what's disappointing about that is like I know I didn't finish a part. So like if we do it that way, like I might have enough to do a split part and I'd be fine with that. But like, fuck, like if I don't have enough to even do a split part, then like, damn, like I didn't, all the work I put into what I did do is literally basically for nothing.
Lost in a friend.
Yeah, section. Right. And it's like, I'm like a founding member of the fucking crew. I feel like I should have fucking gotten the goddamn section done. So I mean that's where I'm at.
We've talked to other people and they've said, yeah, I'm down to do it, but I've seen zero clips from anyone since we had those discussions, and like maybe I will get a surprise package of clips, but you know what also drives me nuts?
Yeah.
When I get 85 clips dumped in a directory somewhere.
Oh, right.
And I didn't have time to do anything with them.
Well, because you know what else was big disappointment was fucking when Roz sent over all that footage, and it got so degraded by like the file transfers, fucking that everything happened the way it happened or whatever, that it was entirely unusable.
Yep.
And like those guys went in on a lot of that footage too. So I mean and it was lost. Like there was once they sent it was gone, and then once it was unusable, it's like okay, well you can have this turd back.
I am excited to see what their project turns out to be. I know they're releasing it in individual sections online only, which like personally I think is really disappointing.
Yeah, I'm a little sad, but I think they're like really sad about how it all worked out.
I will be purchasing a duplicator when it comes time to do ours, because quite honestly, they're not that expensive. You would be surprised at how cheap they are.
Right. Well, I mean, it's probably just, it's just like anything else. It's old technology and people just stop thinking about this stuff. So then it becomes cheap because it's not relevant, really. Even though it is, it isn't, because people just forget. Like it was so expensive for so long that you don't think you buy it. And then a few years go by, the technology's old. It's not as expensive, and but then no one's even trying to buy it. So if no one's trying to buy it, they have to sell it for way cheaper because fucking no one wants it.
So a 1 to 5, where I can put one DVD in and it puts 5 out, is $250.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of handy.
So I mean, I can pretty much bang these things out once we get moving on it. It's just this editing process is going to be pretty painful to start. I've worked on it. I've been taken away from it. I've had other projects come up, but I got a couple of things I need to do. I need to edit the Binghamton Jam video.
I thought you gave up on that. I honestly just figured that
No.
was in the wash because we kind of discussed it. Like, fucking Kyle did a good job. Like Matt's and Tom's photos and Kyle's video and the write up and stuff that got posted by fucking RBMX, which was so sweet, dudes. Like, if I'm sure you're not listening, but if you are, like, that is so cool. Yeah, I mean, it was. I know. I'm pretty sure you had
I
something to
think
do
you
with that
said
write up too, and
I think you said Matt and Kyle's photos and Kyle's video, but just as a
Tom. Sorry,
statement, Matt and
Tom,
Tom's
Matt
photos.
Vargason, and Tom Beckman, and I don't even know
Kyle
if I know
Dolan.
fucking Kyle's last name.
Dolan.
Dolan. I did know Kyle's last name. Sorry, it's 1:15 in the morning, and I've smoked way too much. So, Kyle, I'm an asshole. I didn't know your last name. It's super late. Forgive me. But yeah, that came out good, like really good. So and we kind of discussed it. And it was like going on like way too long. And like, yeah, I guess we don't really have to do anything. I'm like, I don't know. I guess I mean, to be honest with you, is it gonna if it's not gonna be better than what was already out? It doesn't really matter. I guess it would almost be better just again to use as content, be like flashbacks, unposted stuff, blah blah blah, and just put it in social media.
Yeah, I just hate not having the coverage on our page.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
And especially like it just should have been done, but I haven't had the time.
Right. Well, and as far as editing the video goes, I'm putting it right here on the podcast. Full disclosure, I have multiple times begged to have a bigger hand in editing this video, and I have been shut down every time by this control freak. That's nothing to do with my artistic vision. I understand. It's too real for you, but that's okay. It's fine. It's not for everybody.
Yeah. I keep telling you, you have a vision of your own, and you have the perfect company name, and you've got an excellent logo, and you just need to do your own thing.
I mean, you're not wrong. Everything about that really is just genius, and I'd probably be a millionaire by now if I had just done it.
And that's why we can't say it.
Right. Wait a minute, I think I did. Yeah, I was gonna say I think I already dropped it, but there you go. Mind back through this podcast. You have to listen to it twice. Figure out your $1 million idea.
But you didn't drop the tagline.
No, I didn't.
That really brings it in.
No, I didn't. Yeah, it really does. It's funny too because when I use it, I really do say it all the time.
Other parts.
And when you start it, like, and just give the name, people like kind of look at you like least athletic animal ever. And then you drop the tagline.
And then you repeat the name, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah,
yeah, yeah." It brings them in, like a milkshake.
See, and then there's a whole other projects that we could do, just as a little side thing, like we should talk about it really quick. The scooter sticker.
Oh God, yeah.
Which I don't want to bring back ever under the GrindWorks name.
That's
but
fair.
I wouldn't be opposed to starting a little like joke side brand like Salty AF or something, and just doing all sorts of just pretty.
All right. Well, here's the problem with that. Because
it's still going to tie back to us and be on our website.
It's going to take absolutely no time to figure out who it is. And two,
that doesn't matter.
It's going to be so much more fun that GrindWorks will die.
Pretty much.
We're only going to want to you can only have so much money for so many projects. So if we really want to do this hysterical one, like, that's what's happening.
Yeah, you know how often we'll be dumping money into stickers just because, I got another funny idea.
It'd just be a sticker company.
All right. So before a little bit ago, I sent you one more bad GrindWorks logo that you don't have to look at, but it's chain font, and it's I like my chain like I like my women, like a novelty shirt from JCPenney.
Oh my god! I don't.
But
If I'm guessing the logo at the bottom was just like a mock-up.
I think it was just thrown together really dumb.
Honestly, without the logo at all on it, I almost don't hate this now.
So here's my answer.
Dude, we can't. You're right. It might as well just be fuck scooters again. like, oh my god. Like, oh my, the fucked up part is like we really think this stuff is funny, so it's like completely disingenuous to not put the stuff out, but at the same time, like, we're also, I feel like, genuinely nice guys.
All right, so yes, we're genuinely nice guys. Carry on. Hello? I can't hear you. Sam. Are you there?
Yep, I got you finally. Dude,
All
I think
right.
I was just looking at that thing on the other app for too long.
No, it wasn't you. It was we hit a recording time limit for one time. So
yeah, that's been a long time.
That's good because I'm learning a little bit on this. But you said you were going to have the record longest one of these. You said that for months.
I feel like we already hit it.
I think we did. Because that time cap was an hour and 20. Or an hour and... No, 2 hours. 120 minutes in one recording.
Oh my god. The last one was an hour. Yeah, the other one I looked at was 56 minutes before it kicked out.
So, you just said that it was, we're all pretty nice guys.
Yeah.
And then it died.
So, I feel like we're all pretty, like, nice guys and inclusive. Like, we had stickers that fuck scooters. And honestly, our biggest fan is a scooter rider.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of made him feel like we didn't like him, and that was never really the goal. Cam and I talked about this on his episode, was that the whole joke was it really would appeal to the wrong group of people.
Right. Well, and I don't know, like, I guess it just, if it hadn't actually been for, like, one, like, nice kid and his mom, like, always coming to, like, all of our events, maybe I never would have really felt any way about it. But it just, I feel like it like, we think it's funny, and to a point, like, yeah, fuck scooters, but, like, it also is, like,
it's
fucking
very
mean.
Reminiscent of the skateboarding BMX.
Right. It's like, it's also... Right, like, we're just repeating the same mistakes, and it's, like, ultimately kind of just, like, mean, and, like, we're not really mean. Like, you can jokingly be, like, also a dick, but it's supposed to be a joke, like, I don't know.
It's an awful lot of work to pretend you care, to hate
right.
something. Like, I don't care. I think it's cool that you have fun doing something that you like.
Right. Well, and the thing is, like, it got received real well. Like, everyone was like, yeah, fuck scooters, haha. Like, so a lot of people thought it was funny, which is why they like the sticker. I don't think too many people were like, yeah, man, when are we going to organize a fucking rally?
You know who had the most of them down here? The local scooter dudes.
Yeah.
Like the older ones thought it was amazing.
I really feel like for the most part, like although it did kind of appeal to the wrong kind of people, it didn't really. Like it was mostly received as a joke. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't look good to have the fucking F-bomb on your fucking shit rolling by people's parents and stuff and like little kids.
Well,
so it's kind of just like a little irresponsible or something. I don't know if that's the right word, but like,
no, but,
man, it's just fucking funny. And you know what? Same
12-year-olds. That's not our market.
Yeah, what about fucking grind some shit? Like that was fucking dumb too. Like ripping off's not the right word, I guess, but like fucking homages or
goofing off.
Yeah, like whatever. Like that shit's run rampant in BMX since like the beginning of fucking BMX time. Like some of the fucking most famous companies out there, almost every single one of their designs is a clear and obvious and not even argued ripoff of something.
Mm-hmm.
So like I don't understand why like we made that and it was like really hated. You got blocked on all social media.
I don't know.
It's like, dude, like you didn't even like ask us about it or anything first. Just immediately got pissed about. It's like, what the fuck are you getting pissed off about? Like the only thing I could think of is that fucking narcissistic douchebag fucking figured like we were trying to capitalize off of like his high status or something. It's like, clearly you have not been looking into our fucking accounting
that's
books.
Clearly why our name is directly on it, so that there's no question.
Right.
We're not trying to be you.
Again, it was just a funny idea, so it got done. Like, that's all it's ever been. We have ideas. We try and get them done. Like sometimes they're funny, sometimes it's serious. Like the pegs. Like we've had a serious idea about getting something good made, so it got done. Like,
but back to the point. I like my chain like I like my women.
Oh my god, yes. We need to. I think that needs to get done.
Loose, rusty, and a little bit broken.
Oh man, what about fucking well lubed? What about tight and well lubed?
No. Tight chains don't crank flip well.
Fucking, I can't crank flip anyway. Fuck you guys. I need to learn that trick, so I'll never be able to bar spin. So.
And they sound nasty. It's annoying.
Yeah, everyone's starting to make fun of fucking crank flips. That seems to be that's like the biggest, like other than Instagram, other than Instagram, crank flips are the number one most talked about thing on podcasts right now.
So if you remember, they were cool. Then they were clowned on a lot. Then they got cool again. So it's only right that they get made fun of again. It doesn't change the fact that I've thought they're cool and fun to do for as long as I've ridden a bike.
Right. Dude, Joe Tissio made them shits look good. Actually, you want to know the truth? I mean, not taking anything away from Joe Tissio, dude was fucking beast, and he definitely made bike riding look way better than my buddy did. But my buddy had fucking crank flips combos on lock better than like anyone. He was so far ahead of his time in that shit. Like,
is this your friend that doesn't exist?
Yes, it's the unicorn cat. I mean, think about it, dude. Like, whatever. You think about if you had magical fucking powers and paws that could like grip all the different sides of the pedal at the same time. You could do pretty good stuff too.
I mean, if I were not real, then I can do whatever you imagine me to do.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't have much of an imagination if the biggest I'm imagining is like crank flip combos, but he was real good at the shit, dude. Riding like 48-pound fucking bike. God, those things were heavy. And what was the other thing he was doing? I feel like that was like way before its time because we would laugh. Like I feel like we just laughed at him when he did it, and he's kind of just like, it was like, well, can you do that? And he did it, and it looked real funny because he would just made riding look really bad. He was the sloppiest dude. But like just wall riding from like flat ground, like just riding at a wall and then jumping at it and like wall slapping it and then coming back off. Like he wasn't even carving it. Like he was just going straight at the wall, like hopping on it, wall slapping, and then hopping back off. It's like we just would fucking crack up because I've never seen anything like it. And he made it look so bad. But I mean, like, really, like, I don't see that. Like, I've seen people carve wall rides and stuff, but you don't see people just like e-brake a wall from flat ground really too much. I mean, I guess that's what it's called now. That's about the closest equivalent. He was just doing it, you know what I mean? He wasn't jumping to the wall. He was just e-braking from flat ground.
When you do like the slightly alley-oop thing and you just bounce off of it.
But yeah, I just thought that was fucking crazy at the time. And then like the way things like went off, I was like, man, I really wish you had stayed riding because like you probably would have fucking gone pro at the time, dude. Like you were doing stuff nobody was doing. Like somebody would have picked you up. You know, that was when it was hurting. It was pretty dry. Like talent definitely would have gotten like noticed if the right person had gotten the footage. And we were trying to film. Fuck, dude. I actually did make a video in high school of all my friends at like their peak of riding, basically. And we traveled a little bit. I got the whole year to work on it. Edited it up to a couple of songs that were like stolen from like some of my favorite riding videos, basically. Which I now know is a faux pas, and I shouldn't have done that. And if I ever tried to if I found this thing and had to redo it, I'd have to complete like. But I mean, I edited it to the songs and stuff, like, so I couldn't redo it. Oh well. But I would love to find that, dude. I don't think I even had any riding in it. I think I just shot and edited the whole thing.
All right, so I got one more question for you.
Okay.
How do you feel about blown up pool spots?
Oh, fuck you. Does he listen to this podcast?
I don't know. Who cares?
Oh, fuck you, Folio. You fucking asshole, dude. Why couldn't you just gotten the job, Folio? You fucking lazy fuck. You got one now. Why couldn't you have one then? Huh? What's the deal? If you had a job, you'd have been able to stay in town. We could have rode more and been better friends. All right? There's plus number one. Two, you would have been at fucking work instead of blowing up our spot in the middle of the goddamn daytime and gotten the whole fucking pool filled in. It doesn't even look like it ever existed now. You're long gone. Guess what? So's the fucking pool. I'm still stuck here with my fucking thumb up my ass. Is that what you wanted?
I mean, I was just asking you a question.
Yeah, well. That's what you get. And Folio, next time I see you, I'm popping your tire, dude. I don't even care if you don't have any fucking spares. If AV's there, he'll probably give you a spare. Fucking don't give him a spare.
I'll give it to him. You can pop that one too.
Yeah, I probably will. Nah, I probably wouldn't pop the spare. He'd be too lazy to change it anyway, I guarantee you. I love you, Brian.
That's funny.
I just saw he built up a new whip, so hopefully we get to see some fresh clips.
Maybe. Or he'll just not.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Or we won't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking super late. I'm pretty sure I got this record. If I don't,
what are your social media things? Shout yourself out a minute.
All right.
Go hate on you.
You can find me on Facebook at Sambone space the Hambone. On Instagram, I think it's the same thing as me. There's no space underscore. Fuck, I don't even know.
No, it might not even be an underscore. I think it's probably just straight.
Yeah, I think it's just all one word. Sambone the Hambone. It's just one word. Sambone the Hambone on Instagram. Mixer, I do stream occasionally. I've never really been doing too much. That's now Hambone TV, which I will be soon rebranding my whole life to Hambone TV and making merch. I'm going to be a YouTuber. I'm not doing any of those things. And I think Twitter is Hambone TV as well, which I actually never wanted a Twitter, but I have found that all social media can be what you make it. If anything is ever on there that's like, oh man, this person just keeps posting stuff I don't care about, or like stuff that like annoys me, fucking block that shit.
Yeah, you just don't have to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, block it entirely. You don't even have to unfollow them if they're worried about them finding out. I do that sometimes too. If I just realize I just don't like a person, I just unfriend them. Like it doesn't matter. But yeah, don't look at stuff that bothers you. Like there's enough things in this life to like get under your skin and really stress about. Like if there's something in social media that's like you want to argue with people or whatever, like that's not a healthy way to enjoy your time. Like anything that bothers you, just get the fuck rid of it.
I feel like Twitter fits your, like, when you're in a salty, bad mood, I feel like Twitter is really for you at that point.
Oh man, I've definitely been triggering people on Twitter, low key, about some shit. But the worst part is like, oh man, the worst part is the most recent one. Like this dude was posting some stuff where he was like getting down on himself. I was like, man, I feel like people don't want to play with games with me. And I was like, well, I knew I shouldn't have said anything, but I said something. I was like, because I played with this dude, and like, he thinks he's, oh my god, he's super fat, like a fucking crazy fat obese dude, like can barely even fit in his gaming chair, like pouring over himself, fat dude. And he thinks he's just the smartest, most talented dude ever at this game. Apparently, like I think he's just a crazy narcissist. Like he just had, like, I don't know, but anyway, he every time something happens, he immediately blames everyone else, no matter what actually happened. He comes up with a way that was definitely not his fault. That shit went down, and he's super pissed that you didn't do what he said to do. So, and like the stats do not support the fact that like he's the best player of all time. Like the stats aren't fucking. They're not. If they're better than mine, they're not much better. Anyway, I'm like, well, dude, like sometimes you like can come down and seem a little like aggressive and like, you know, condescending towards people, and I'm guessing that, like they don't really get like that vibe, dude. Like I don't, like that's why we don't really play much anymore. If you know, if I'm being honest. And I'm like, I'm really not trying to like offend you, but you like asked, and it seemed like you generally wanted to know, so I figured maybe this helps. And he took it well. Totally was not like angry, didn't get like, yo, fuck you, dude, like whatever, blah blah blah. Like came back, he's like, no, I'm not offended, but like this is what happened, and they did this, and blah blah blah. I was like, oh, you did not hear a word I said. I do not care what happened, dude. Like you're still trying to argue that you're right. It doesn't even matter. Like if you're a team, like stick with it.
The situation,
Right. Like he was like the whole team wanted to do this. You went and did this. You didn't agree with what they did, so it was all of their fault. Like 3 out of the 4 members of the team said to go do this. It's a team thing, dude. Fucking stick with the team. You guys can fucking hash it out later. That's the way I feel about it. If you want to go do your own thing, go play by yourself. But yeah, fucking follow me on social media. I don't really post a lot or stream much anymore. Like I have like some shit going on, but I have all my notifications set, so I will probably hit you back if you're fucking cool and you follow me. Like I will at least do that. Like I do look through everything. I don't really have anything fucking cool going on. And when I have Parker here, I refuse to stream because there's fucking weirdos out there. I don't want him to look into my kid, and he deserves my attention when he is here. So
you should start streaming to like chat roulette.
Oh God, could you do that? I'd probably get fucking banned for that. I've already been banned. Dude, I've already been banned for so less. Oh, I'm sure it is because you can't like watch videos or play music or like certain channels seem to have like weird fucking loopholes.
No, I mean, is chat roulette a thing anymore?
I don't know.
I don't really want to find out.
I kind of do now. Oh my god! The
Yep,
first thing
the
that popped up
website
was
still
chat roulette
exists.
murders.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like I was just typing into the Google thing, and fucking the first search that came up was chat roulette murders. I'm not gonna like scroll through this and find you like masturbating, am I? Because if I remember correctly, that was like the joke, because it would be like a couple of like kids laughing, some dude jerking off, a couple of kids laughing, some person playing a guitar, some dude jerking off.
I mean, that was pretty much what it was, right?
I don't know. I was poor. I did not have a computer, and when I did, it was on the slowest AOL dial-up of all time. You know how long it took me to download a fucking picture of boobies? Like hours, man. I had to really plan ahead for when my parents were going to be gone a long time. It was not easy.
I never really, like, I knew about chat roulette, but I had no interest in being on there.
Dude, do I give this thing access to my camera and microphone right now? All right, I'm going to do it. I'm doing it.
All right.
It's already this late. I'm fucking rolling. Hello. I probably just destroyed my computer. Oh, hold on, it's off center. Here I am. What's in the way here? The fucking shelf? Great. Awesome. I want to fucking welcome to chat roulette. Sweet. Searching for a face. How do you not see my fucking face, you stupid camera? Couldn't have affected. What are you fucking kidding me? Whatever. I guess I'm not doing this. It won't detect my face. That was gonna be fucking radio gold. It won't detect my face. It probably just doesn't work anymore. It still exists as a domain, but it just doesn't work.
Possible. Anyway, we should pretty much wrap on that.
Fine. I know that was gonna be so good. I feel like now we're just going off on a fucking dud.
Yeah, it's super late for you.
Oh my god, so late.
It's getting late for me, but I'm on the West Coast right now, so
that's all right. I got no sleep last night either, so
it's not even 11 here. But I'm living my normal schedule, really.
Right.
Anyway, hit up Sam, follow him on whatever socials that you're on, and then if you don't subscribe to the podcast, make sure you subscribe wherever you're listening. Follow GrindWorks _BMX on Instagram, Twitter, and Snapchat, and at GrindWorks BMX without the underscore on Facebook, Mixer, YouTube, and whatever the heck else. I don't really know. I kind of suck at this part, and I don't write them down, and I don't remember. So whatever you want to follow us on, you can find us. I think it's pretty simple.
Well, thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out super late, doing the longest episode yet, most likely.
Dude, I feel like we intentionally cut topics short and still fucking went so long. That's all right. That's all right.
Okay. We can do another one too. We can do part 2.
Well, hopefully, you know what? Hopefully, it'll be part 2, the resurrection of Hambone.
Yeah.
Where I actually have something interesting to talk about, not depressing.
That would be nice. or just more rants. Either way.
Yeah. Yeah. Hit me, dude. Yeah, I forgot. What really grinds my gears on fucking Facebook? Like the page. I need at least 50. I'm gonna get back into it. Maybe. I mean, probably not, but we'll see. Podcast is, maybe I'll switch to a podcast. Maybe I'll do both.
I think you should definitely do that one.
Yeah, I think maybe.
Especially, you already have the app. You already have the account.
I know. The problem is, though, I need someone to, like, see, you're perfect because you fucking...
I'll just throw a topic at you.
You're just an antagonizer, man. You're a perfect person to just bounce ideas off of.
I'll co-host it with you. I don't care.
I might need the help. But I think it would be genius. I also need to do some like voice acting lessons so I can not like wah the whole time. I think that would be a huge barrier to our
I
success.
don't think so. I think when you've got that simple voice, like, yeah, sometimes it comes across that way. Other times, I think that's the perfect thing for something like your discussions where it's what really grinds my gears, that maybe you don't actually have to be listening that closely. It's just fun.
Right. I also fucking he shall remain nameless. Always laughs at like when I go off on my rants. Not even the rant. He's so used to hearing them, but like I'll go off and then immediately just be like ah. Okay, well, fucking let's get back to doing the little and me just immediately go back to my normal voice, and that's when he laughs. So maybe that's the ticket. Maybe the rants aren't good without the monotone.
I'm pretty sure that's the key, is that you have to be hyped up, because that's what you'll get if you listen to your own episode, which is questionable. And you might be like, wow, that's the worst thing in the world. I can't believe we even recorded that.
I'm interested that the audio comes out good, and if the glitches are like an issue. I mean, if it's just like when we had to cut out and restart, like a little bit of editing, that's no big deal. If the rest of the audio is pretty good, I still think it's probably the longest worst one yet.
So here's the upside of this app, right? As soon as I hit finish recording on this, I am logged into my account and I can hit new episode, and I can drag and drop each one of these recordings individually in there, and I can just hit new episode, and that's what it creates.
Oh, nice.
So it's pretty sweet, and it ties all those different audio clips together. So like, if I wanted to, I could record one intro and just always splice it in right on the website.
Right.
So kind of cool.
All right, man. I think this is it. I bid you a very fond farewell. Stoked really fair. Anytime we get to fucking talk these days.
Well, yeah, I know. And just for the podcast itself, like I said, this episode 26, I'm kind of surprised that we've done this many and that people are listening, but I think it's cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked on it. You know what's really wild is you already have like twice as many as almost any other major podcast. Suck it!
And I'm hoping that while I am out here, I can pick up at least one in-person podcast.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Because tomorrow morning I've got a meeting out here, and then I drive to Seattle. And I will be in Seattle tomorrow afternoon. And I know a few dudes out there that are pretty cool. And hopefully I can link up with at least one of them before I fly out Thursday.
That would be awesome. You'll have to text me and tell me who. It might be.
Well, I can already, I'll just put it out here, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It is what it is. But I couldn't link up with Shinzar Beat, Brad. He is busy. He's working. But I think Ryan Lewis might be able to meet up.
That'd be cool.
And I don't know if you remember, he's the one that had some heart condition.
Yeah.
Like last year, something like that. So I know he's been riding. He's been killing it. He's pretty good.
Yeah, that'd be cool to hear that story. I mean, if that's what he wants to talk about, I guess.
Yeah, or just whatever, Seattle BMX. You know, I don't.
Well, that's true. I don't really know much about either.
Yeah, hype your scene. I hope that it works out. I hope maybe even him and like a buddy, or just him. It doesn't really matter to me, but yeah, I hope something works out there. But anyway, thanks for coming on the show, and I think more than likely you and I will have another episode together.
Oh man, I hope so.
Because it's pretty free flowing, and I know that I'm like not a talker unless I know someone, and then I like never shut up either. So.
Right. Well, at least we have that in common.
All right. Thanks, Sam.
Yep. Good night, Avy.
I'll talk to you soon. Yep.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.